so much, Jazz. You are awesome. We have been friends for a long time. I hope you're having a great day, morning, night, whatever time zone you're in. I appreciate you and thank you so much. Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for coming. Hello, Leaf. How are you doing, madam? I hope you're doing well. I'm so glad you could come by. Hello, Lady Mai. How are you? Thank you so much for coming. Thank both of you. I hope everything is going well. Blessings to you, lovely people. Thank you so much for coming in. How's everything going? I hope everybody's up and moving and grooving, or is it bedtime? Is it lunchtime? What time zone are you in? I appreciate you, Lottie Mae. You are so sweet. I am so glad we met. You're awesome. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate you. You are totally awesome. Leafs, your name is so pretty. You are awesome and super cool as well. And I got your back, girl, and I'm here for you. You are living a nice life abroad. Be happy and proud. You're not boring. You got it going on, girl. Don't even ever feel that way. You're a good person, inside and out. You sing, you make people happy, full of joy. That's all blessings, all the blessings. Nothing boring about being beautiful. Nothing boring about being a beautiful person. And I thank you so much for coming in. And I hope everything is going well in your neck of the woods. And I hope everything's going good with your family. You got an awesome mom. You guys seem to have a gorgeous relationship. That's awesome. You know, that's awesome to have a good connection like that. You know what I mean? Because, you know, it's important to have a good relationship with your parents, you know, and family. You know, and people in the world, it's good to have a good relationship. But, you know, with a girl and her mama, it's just amazing. What you up to? You're busy? Or you're just hanging out? Because you guys have been amazing. So many people are going through stuff out here in life. So what we got to do is make sure we give them a big hug. Let them know that they are very important, and you know, to keep it moving and enjoy life no matter what comes your way. You know what I mean? You keep going, you keep going. You make sure you ask God to help you work through the things that you're going through, because there's a lot going on out here in the world, and we all have to cast our care, be good, and do good. I wish you guys all the best, and I always appreciate when you guys come by and say hi, and I definitely visit you guys, and I know you guys seen me over at your house hanging out, and I appreciate you all. Angela. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. How's it going for you, beautiful lady? I hope you are doing well. Greetings, greetings. What's happening, you guys? Alski, how are you? If I'm saying your name right, thank you. I just left your house, my dear. I just left your house. How are you? Blessings to everyone. How's it going, guys? How's everybody doing? I hope we all doing our thing. You know, life is life, and so we definitely gotta, roll with the punches. You know what I mean? We can't just, sit around and just let it go. Every minute counts, I tell you. There's so much going on in life with us all out here as people that we have to, protect ourselves, take care of ourselves, and live our best life. Because I'm telling you, honey, there's too much going on out here with health and, all of this, C-19 that keeps on multiplying. You know how it is. That's right, roll with it. And I'm going to tell you, I'm glad I can do that, Angela. I'm not even complaining. I can do that. Because, you sit here and waste your time on foolishness and may not even be alive in the next 5 minutes. You know what I mean? In the next 5 minutes, something could happen to you. And then, when you had it going on, you're wasted it. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people, please, keep going. Don't get into all that. Anything. I don't care. Personal lives, social media, in the streets, anywhere. Live your best life and enjoy it. Because you know how many medical problems people have that are really doing bad? People that are passing away. People that, missing a limb, blind, crippled. So whatever you got, make the best of it, because I tell you, life is just, it's very fickle. There's so many different things that keep happening to us constantly. And, we can't keep up with it, but if we behave, everything works itself out. You know what I mean? In good timing. Everything works itself out, because, see, what people don't understand is that we got to get to this to get to that. You got to go through something to get to something. And if we waste our cherished moments of life on pitiful stuff, why do you need another day if you're not going to try to make the best of today? You know what I mean? Nothing is promised, and people always say tomorrow is not promised. It's not promised. You know what I mean? You could be doing anything and get a call, and they could tell you somebody that, your dear family members and friends, or somebody was in an accident, somebody passed away in their sleep. You could, there's just so many different things that could happen that people take for granted, that we really need to, wake up and smell the coffee, because of the fact that none of this stuff is guaranteed. None of it's guaranteed. So if you sit around and flop around and throw it all away, it's a waste. You know what I mean? I'm talking about life. I'm not, even talking about on no social media. I'm talking about in our physical lives. You know what I mean? Let's live and make this count for something. Let's not waste it away, Let's be happy and glad that we're here to have another day of blessings, loving our one another, knowing family and friends that we woke up today, whether it's day, night, morning, no matter what our time zones is. Let's be glad. Let's be glad and rejoice, because and that's one thing about me, and I know, Angela, if I wasn't keeping it real or decent, you wouldn't, come see me, and a lot of people wouldn't come see me. But that's one thing about with me. I'll talk about everything, but I'm not sitting here in my life allowing anything to affect me in a negative way just because I talk about it. Because I feel that a lot of people don't understand when they come over here and visit me and they listen to the conversation. First of all, anytime I'm talking with my lovely people on YT, I don't paint the narrative all the time of what the conversation is going to be. Because just because this is YouTube and I'm doing a live, I don't own anything. We're all friends here, helping each other along, stumbling through this thing called life. So when people come over here, we all love on one another. You know what I mean? We all love on one another. We back each other up and we keep it going. This is what I'm here to do. But with me, a lot of people don't understand that I don't struggle like a lot of people do. And I'm not judging anybody, but I don't have a problem with talking about anything. I don't care if we talk about the air, the wind, the spider, the roach. I'm willing to talk about all of it. You know why? I live this thing called life. I live this thing called life, lifing. Life is lifing. You know what I mean? I just, want everybody to always understand that about me. And like I said before, no disrespect, but I have to say this every time I do a live because I can tell that there's a lot of stuff that's going on here that is, some serious mess out here in the world. And what I want everybody to know is that when you come over here and hang out with me, I'm not, you know, I can't guarantee you if you meet somebody how they're going to be, even if it's somebody that's holding a wrench or not. I don't know everybody like that personally. So be careful when you come subscribe and just watch yourself and be safe, okay? Because there's a lot going on out here in these YouTube streets, and a lot of folks are turning on people, and there's a lot of stuff happening out here that folks are falling apart. And I don't understand, if you can't even hold yourself together with medical issues in your personal life, who can come on any platform with people that are, actual total strangers? Even though we consider ourselves as siblings, and I got some people that I really call friends on here. That's true. I got some people that I call a brother or a sister as well, but everybody ain't, everybody's not. Everybody's not. You know what I mean? Everybody is not there. You know what I'm saying? Because I got a lot, and the reason why I keep bringing this up is because I got a lot of people that hit me up for it. She says, no way. I don't really know anybody on here, honestly. People pretend to be other than, yes, what they are. And I'm going to tell you, honey, listen, you got that so right, Angela, because it's happening now. I got some folks that just came out of the Twilight Zone. I mean, all around. I don't know what happened here, but I noticed that I seem to be a magnet for people that like drama. Quite a few people. I don't know what that's all about. But I know that you've been coming here for a while. You don't see me starting up any trouble or hurting anybody. I just talk about everything. You know what I mean? That's the thing that I think that bothers people, because I talk about like a lot of things that's happening out here in life. And I think sometimes people, maybe because they don't want to hear it, but you don't have to stay on anybody's, like with me, this is not a channel, it's just a hangout spot. But if you come over here to chill, and I may say something that you don't like, or somebody, and I'm in the wrong, I'd apologize. I would apologize, because that's not what I'm here to do. But I tell you what, I don't stir up trouble. And when I look outside my windowsill, I don't have pigeons on my windowsill. I have doves. I'm at peace. And I'm living this thing called life, and I'm enjoying the heck out of it, and nobody's gonna mess me up. No one's gonna mess me up, because this thing is crazy. I had no idea. And the thing that's so weird that people don't understand with me, I've been on YouTube for over 10 years. So all of this stuff that's happening, I've never been through none of this stuff here. People are really hurting out here, over stuff that, shouldn't be happening. You know what I mean? It's sad. But it's going down. You got a lot of change. One thing about it, when you're going through pain, it doesn't make it right, It doesn't make it right. Peace, child. And that's in every aspect of our lives, But yes, they do. They do thrive on it, honey. And I'm going to tell you, I really, really pray that they find some peace, because they're not going to get a rise out of me. I'm not the one, you know what I mean, for all of that. And I think the majority of people that do come and hang out and chill with me, they can see that's not what I'm doing there. But I think people try to paint a narrative or make up something or just because you're chilling, they want to see something go down with you. It ain't no joke. And I'll tell you what, these are the things that people take for granted. And then as soon as they get sick or ill, then they sit back and this stuff eats them up. You know what I mean? Eats them up, because when you're going through medical issues and stuff like that, all this foolishness doesn't mean anything. It actually helps keep you down. You know what I mean? And I got so many people that I watch on here that's coming for life. They want air breathed into them. They don't want drama. People want to be happy and whole. And I just pray that they all get where they need to be and do what they need to do. Because I know with me, there's nobody here that could say that I've done anything to them. And if you can, prove it, because I don't do nothing but come on here and talk. And even when I've had some people that I've had some issues with, I don't call their names out. I may, talk about stuff around the way that's happening in general to everybody, but not nothing to make somebody look bad or to mess up somebody's channel or anything like that, because that's not who I am. You know what I mean? And I tell you, this thing is turning like the globe out here. And in physical life, I mean, it's crazy everywhere. I don't know what happened, but I think people are going to regret a lot of stuff that they're doing in the long run, because it all comes down. You know what I mean? He is the creator. And it all comes down at some point. Keep going through this stuff repeatedly, That's one of my friends. Just have to be careful how we protect our peace. Because if not, so happy that you are a God-fearing woman. What's happening, people? How y'all doing? What it do? What it do? What is going on? What's going down? What's going around? How you doing, folks? Hey, hey, and more hey, hey. What's happening? What's happening? Hello, Yoda. Vince's card. Hello, hello. How you doing? Hey, Vandal. How you doing, bro? What's happening? Lawless. What's popping? What's moving? What's shaking? How y'all getting down on y'all side of the town? Greetings to everybody. I hope y'all all doing y'all thing, dropping it like it's hot. Pick it back up and keep it moving, y'all, because there's a lot going on out here, y'all, that a lot of folks ain't paying attention to with this weather, yo. I don't, and a lot of people don't understand this weather here is happening global. This ain't a one stop and you drop. This is global. And a lot of times people don't know what's going on in different places because they don't know anybody there, or it may not be nothing like immediately on the news as any kind of problem or emergency. But I'm telling you, we got a lot of stuff going on here, and I keep trying to tell people with this C-19, it's like Medusa with many heads. Every time you turn around, there's a new one. And then if you got the injection for the other one, the other four, the other five, is a new one. It's a new one, a new one. We also have a very contagious stomach flu going around, and a lot of times with stuff like that, people ignore it because folks always like to say, oh, that happened in their city, or that happened on that island. You got to remember, anything like COVID, and all these things like this, come on now, this stuff is not just in one place. This stuff is global. You understand what I mean? It's more than somebody catching a flight somewhere. This is global, traveling in the air. And it's not just, people, a virus. No, this is a plague. Please if you're a believer of anything good, look into stuff. Look into stuff. The one thing I don't do is I don't force religion on anybody, but I'm just saying, look into stuff. Even with me, back when I was in, early elementary school, in high school, we were taught about tornadoes, abortions, a whole lot of stuff that they don't teach the kids nowadays. And I'm not telling anybody what they want their kids to learn in school or at home. I'm just speaking because I notice a lot of times when you come on, YT or anywhere and you be yourself, if people don't believe in what you believe in, they seem to have a problem with it, which I don't understand why, because you have a right to be who you are and believe what you are. I'm just speaking. It's not, oh, this is my platform. This ain't a platform. This is a hangout spot for me to meet all my family members from around the world and enjoy ourselves. I don't care if you're atheist, you believe in a dog, a cat, a hat. I'm just speaking about stuff that's happening to all of us, no matter how you call yourself, because I'm not into a whole bunch of foolishness. I'm not no super Christian. I make mistakes. I ain't no joke, though. I ain't no joke. It's just getting the day started, getting the trailer lights. Okay. All right, now that sounds like you got a plan, bro, to pull yourself together here, Randall. How's homie doing? I hope homie is doing well. And I see you out here popping them lives up, huh? You must be enjoying them. You've been doing a lot of them, and I promise you they're awesome. Something nice and chill to listen to, you know what I mean? Sometimes I get it on and I'll be doing things in the background, and I'll pop up and say 2 or 3 things here and there, and then I'll go back to doing something in the background. I have let it run and went to bed, honey, just to support you and have your back. You already know. Oh yeah, it has gotten there. Hey, how you doing, pre-retirement? Hey, how you doing? How you doing? I hope you're doing well. And Vandal, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just chilling. The thing is, when I have these kind of conversations, I'm just saying I don't want nobody to feel offended. That's all I mean, because I'm not going to stop being mean. You know how we get down. Because I respect everybody. And I don't want to be talking about anything that's going to upset anybody. That's all I mean. Other than that, even it being me can be upsetting to someone, and there's something that I can do to change a little bit, I will do that, though, because of the love and respect that I have for people. But I'm not going to get out here in front and perpetrate. But I just want people to know when I'm talking about something that if you're feeling uncomfortable or you don't believe in the same thing, it's okay. That's the whole problem. If people don't know how to mind their business, you know what I mean? And people don't know how to respect others because they're different in whatever way that may be. I don't care if it's what they do for politics. If their skin is orange, yellow, green, they got money, no car, 3 cars, 5 houses, walking, living outside. You know what I'm saying? We have to pay attention to what's going on there with folks. But other than that, I don't care what nobody, I'm not, man, listen, let me tell you something. Rome wasn't built overnight. I can't fool with it. You already know, bro. You already know. And you know I've been rocking with you. You know I've been rocking with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I can tell you right now, just about any live that I have, unless it's somebody new, you can, anybody that come over here and check me, they'll tell you that I ride with them. I ride with them just as much as they ride with me, or sometimes even more. Like when somebody come into the live while you guys are in the live, I'm over checking y'all out while y'all in the live. This doesn't happen all the time, like right away, because sometimes, you get a little bit of crowd here. You know what I mean? But see, I'm not in no race. I'm not in competition with anybody. I'm not a content creator. I just come and chill. This is the same way, if you were around me personally, this is the same way I act, how I behave, and what I talk about. There ain't nothing, no lights, camera, action, roll it, none of that. It's just flow. Be chill, do your thing, and do it moving. But I respect people, though, because I don't want to say anything, you know what I mean? Even just by being myself, there may be some things that, because like I'll give you an example. When I start doing these lives, I could be talking about a sale at Walmart, and somebody will pop in and say, well, my family member died. I lost a pet. I lost my job. I lost my house. And I'm willing to go into the conversation. And then sometimes I could be talking about something, and a person comes on and like, I'm just now dealing with a death. It's only been a couple of months, and the conversation that you're having is kind of, got me a little off. So, I'm not feeling it. So, hey, you know what? Come back another day. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. Or either that, I can change the beat real quick, because that's one thing we have to do. We have to interchange with each other. One hand washes the other. You know what I mean? And with that being said, I try my best to keep it real, but I'm not playing no games on here. And I know that people, they do what they want to do, and I'm doing what I want to do, but I'm not with no foolishness, no drama, none of that kind of stuff, because I realize, and you already know it, Vando, I have to make this clear, because we talked about this. You remember, and then no disrespect, and I'm sure because you real like that. So you remember, though, when you used to come and you stopped coming out of the blue. You remember, and all of that stuff that you experienced, that you said you were searching for the right kind of crowd of people. I didn't realize that a lot of the folks when you were coming around wasn't what it was, and I didn't even realize that you had took off for that reason. But I know now, and I guarantee you, that's ghost now. She said that's how I do. I'm not a secret either. Yes, it is. See, that's how I feel too, Randall. Because if you look at it for what if you look at it for what it's worth, you see, I'm not on camera, and that's this for other reason, and also what you're saying. I get down the same way. I'm not here to, to play a whole bunch of games and stuff. The only thing I want to do is be, supportive of somebody, of people, and they have my back, and we just rock and roll and do this thing moving. You know what I'm saying? But I realized that you had stopped coming for a while, and I don't want to be like I'm talking for you, so I don't want to, be saying too much of anything. But you can state why you stopped coming, and you get what I'm saying. And now we back connected, so there was a reason, and I see. Jesus. Yep, you know what it is. I know. I know. That's all. I just want to let you know. I see why, and it ain't nothing to it, but I just want you to know that, because I don't think I said that to you since we reconnected. But I just want to let you know that I understand, and I rock with a whole nother universe. You get where I'm coming from? All that's a wrap. So I feel you. I just, at that time, some of the stuff I wasn't realizing, even though, folks around me, peeps were speaking to me, but you know how that can be sometimes, and with me, I'm the type of person that like to give folks a chance, and maybe I do a little bit too much, and then, but anyway, I thank you for being here. I'm enjoying your lives, and shout out to pre-retirement. Thank you so much, beautiful, for coming. I appreciate you. Happy Tuesday. I hope you're doing well. Just wishing well for everybody. Shout out to Lawless, because I know he was up in the crib for a minute there. I don't know if he had to leave, what his schedule is, time zone. You know how we do. But shout out to Lawless for coming through, saying hey. I appreciate that. And once again, me, myself, and I don't want to be loved by everybody. I just want to be loved. So I'm a free bird. You know what I mean? And just chilling. A lot of times people don't even know what you got going on in your life. You know what I mean? They just, whatever you putting out here for YT is what they see, but they don't know, everything, which they're not supposed to, because we all have our private, solid lives and we do what we do. You know what I'm saying? But I think that it's very important, though, to establish for real relationships here on YT, if you can. If not, it's just, it ain't conducive. How about that? It ain't conducive. So we have to sit back, chillax, and do it moving. We learn, because I know with you, Vandal, you don't play it, over there in your spot. You shut it down. If somebody's coming at it the wrong way, you call them out and you do it. And then that's the best way to be. And see, with me, I, once I learn what folks is about, I try to address it with them privately. If there's anything, even in my personal life, you know what I mean? I try to do it like that, but you like to keep it real. And that's how I am too, the best that I can. I'm not saying I don't make no mistakes, but it do what it do, It do what it do. And that's all we can do is keep it moving, live our best lives, and let all the rest of it fall to the wayside. You know what I mean? Because this definitely ain't gonna pay nobody's mortgage. You know what I'm saying? And one thing about a guilty heart has no accusers, So we just have to keep all of that in mind and just enjoy this thing called life, because I know, I'm telling you, there's a lot of stuff going on here. People experience a lot of loss, a lot of different things. It's not just, people have lost their houses. People have lost, pets, and, so when you come on YT, it's a choice. You don't have to be here. You know what I mean? So when you come on, you just got to make the best of what's up. 'Cause I know with me, I'm not coming on here, like just to be running down just for no kind of way to benefit, to get over on anybody, nothing like that. I am really seeking real friendships, and wishing everybody the best. That's pretty much how I get down over here. And I think anybody that really takes the time to really chill, they know what it is. You know what I mean? Because, a lot of people, some people come for different reasons, but a lot of times when you got like some of the main real people that keep coming back, that's because they rock with you and they understand you. And then sometimes you got a lot of people that like, they like to, rain on the parade, but they'll get up under you as if they're down with it. But in actuality, it's a hidden agenda in any kind of way, whether it's in your personal life or on the tube, And that's all we got to do is just keep it moving, That's all it is. And see, with me, I think a lot of people misunderstand me because I'm the type that like to, I'm into, conflict resolution and stuff like that. So I don't let anything go personal with me because I'm not here for that, And a lot of people keep saying, well, you get on YouTube, don't get caught up in your feelings and emotions. Yeah, you will. Yes, you will. You don't want the wrong folks to take you there, but it will happen because if you're forming real relationships with people, it's just a lot of stuff that's, typing and emotional, but it's actually, real bonds. And if something goes down, it will hurt you. You know what I mean? Because of the fact that this is what we call life. And it's perfect. Oh, it's not gonna never stop. As long as we live in this life, it's gonna always be wool pulled over people's eyes. People getting played. People being manipulated. I know folks that's been married for 20 years, and their partner's been seeing somebody else for 10 years of that, and got kids all over the place. You get what I'm saying, man or woman? You get what I mean? Your own daggone brother or sister can do you in. Your own kids can, turn up something on you. This is what we call life. You know, it don't come with guarantees. It's what you make it. You know, and I think, like I said, when I come on here and talk, I think people misunderstand me because folks are so quick to, to throw out and they don't even have no clue of what's really going on. And that's how you can tell that people don't know you. You know what I mean? Especially when you're sharing yourself with people and you know that keeping it real to who you are, but they keep coming up short with it. You know what I'm saying? So you'd be like, well, I guess they didn't understand that correctly. Let's try it again. We got two ears and one mouth for a reason. Be quick to hear and slow to speak. If that clears the air a little bit, possibly. You know what I mean? Other than that, just chill. Just chill. That's all I want to do is chill anyway. Hello, sis. I want to chill and enjoy the chill. I am happy. My personal life is no problem here. God is blessing me. Blessing me and blessing me. Yeah, that's right. That's true. That's true, Randall. And like I said before, and like I always will say, honor and shame are two sides of a coin. You know, that's what it is. And that's all you got to do is just chill back and let it flow. Whatever ain't popping, you step it on. You don't have to be involved with no certain crew, crowd, or clique. Even with me, since I've been popping on this thing here, man. Listen, I've been a free bird. You know what I'm saying? I've been a free bird, but you try to have some kind of involvement with certain people, and that's in personal life or on YT. You just got to know what you're doing. You know what I mean? And pay attention to the warning signs and know that you know. And then the rest, it do what it do. So I tell you what, honey, it ain't gonna stop. We'll get no bills paid. I know that. Definitely here to chill. Because people don't know life is like a boomerang. What you put out comes back. What you put out comes back. Be careful of thinking that you're doing somebody else in, because see, that's why I always too I make sure that I'm responsible for my actions, because of the fact that anything that you put out, it's like a boomerang. It can come back to you. So if you're putting out positivity, it's gonna come back to you. And that's the real truth on that. You have to protect your peace at all costs. At all costs. You know? English, okay. Chinese, Mandarin. French, Vietnamese, Koreans. Amen. I know that's right, bro. You know what it is. You know what it is. Just like, there was a situation here, when you go, different people's lives, no matter what their races is or whatever, folks think that they can speak and you don't understand what they're saying, when they don't realize that if you're from a mixed background, they don't know what you know. You know what I mean? Also, it's easy to have stuff translated. You know what I mean? Because the world is open like that to all of us. You know what I'm saying? So that's a very interesting thing where folks don't seem to understand that you're not really, keeping anything from anybody. Even like I tell people a lot of times too, with the lives, you don't even know who is in these lives. You don't even know who is who. You know what I'm saying? You don't even know if the person is, catfishing you or not. Just, put your best foot forward. Japanese, and Hawaiian. Have it all. He says energies match. I know that's right. Show is. Show do. Show do. So energies match. That is something really important to keep into consideration. You know, when you get rid of, and most of the time too, when you out here living your life, you just get out here and just do good, no matter what you believe in, even sometimes what's going on, no matter. It's the energy match, game set match. Funny, I just said that the other day. Yeah, you don't even understand the term, but I did. See, that's what I'm trying to say. That's one of my cliches. Definitely, he said. The other, yes, I know. I know what you mean, because a lot of people don't pay attention to that. But honey, let me tell you, I keep trying to tell folks, you better look around. You better look around, because this stuff is all over the place. If you don't catch into it, honey, you'll sit there and get played. 'Cause I know that thing right there, that ain't no joke. That stuff is real. And I know, a lot of people personally, especially, coming from mixed race, and then people struggling from different types of countries, and financial issues and struggles, and then shady people and doing dirt and carrying on. You know how that be. I know quite a few people that have been tricked into something, and they realize that that person isn't who they thought they were. There's been a lot of guys that have been involved with females and sponsoring them and stuff, and been thinking that they've been sending money to help out with a female. And then, and the thing that's so sad about it too is that these people don't even require no explanation or proof of anything. They just they fall in love with whatever facade. Hey, how you doing? Whatever facade that you putting out there, and whatever personality trait, because what they're doing is falling in love emotionally with something that can't necessarily be showed to you because you're not around them physically. And sometimes folks set that game up. Hello, Winsome, how you doing? Nice to see you. Blessings, blessings, me love, me love. What's up? What's up? What the guan? How you doing? Yeah, I was just talking to a few folks that's here, or whoever in and out of the bushes or wherever they at. And I was just saying too about this catfish, because I know so many different people that honestly have been in situations like that, and it's been a nightmare. I know a few people, and I know this one particular situation where this woman, I don't think so. Let me see, might give it a day or two. Yeah, give me a couple more days because it's still dense. Yes. I wonder if we want to put it in a paper bag if you want it sooner. Okay. Yeah, so with that being said, I just say you got to watch out, because like with this particular situation, this was a young female coming from, a home struggling, you know what I mean? Struggling. And they ended up, starting to be pen pals, back in the days before they had, no disrespect, all this social media and all this kind of stuff like that. People used to write letters and stuff. And, this couple, supposedly both of them fell in love. So they, the man, he was more outgoing than the female. This just happened to be this story, because it's been the other way around, where the female has played the guy too. So please, nobody don't misunderstand me. But anyway, this person, 18, young, and met up with this older guy. You know what I'm saying? Hello, Shanatainment. How y'all doing? Blessings. Happy Tuesday. How's everything going? I hope you guys are doing well. Living your best life. I know y'all been traveling, huh? You settling down a little bit now? Hear you. Yeah, so they met up. The guy was, I think she was 18, and the guy was older. I think he was in his later 20s, more experienced, more outgoing. This person was still at home, never had a guy before, none of that. You know what I mean? Strict upbringing and all that type of way. And then end up meeting up, and it was a nightmare. Okay, you take care. Thank you for coming, Vando. Yep, take care. ended up meeting up, and they married immediately. And this man romanced her for about the first month of the marriage, and then he turned into a beast, narcissistic to a horrible level. And this person had just, had left from home, and family was, not too wealthy, so they were caught up in this situation. And they were 18, like I said, and by the time they turned 19, they had a baby with this person, and it just continued to be a nightmare until this woman could break away from this guy and leave off with the child. And the man, really, the only thing that he was really doing was seeking her out for citizenship. That was it. You know what I mean? Instead of being honest and saying that I'm not looking for love, but I'm looking for sponsorship or whatever the case may be. He didn't do that. He had her thinking that he was in love with her and wanted a relationship, and he ended up playing her really bad and abandoned the child completely. You understand what I mean? Oh, I know you guys are missing home, huh? That's how it be. But you guys, y'all get back there soon. Y'all get back there soon and chill. But yeah, so that ended up being, a nightmare. I don't even think that relationship even lasts, not even I think a little over 2 years. And, the woman finally, got up a little bit enough of money here and there from a little bit of change, because he was the type that controlled, what you wear, what you eat, how you talk. You're not to be seen or heard unless I speak to you, kind of thing, like a master slave dog, puppet rabbit. Showed no concern for the child at all. Was supposedly his first child, which was a boy, and had nothing, for the child or for the woman. And it went to, hell in a handbasket. And that was the beginning of this particular female's troubles, because they never ever had a good man in their life. And they are an older woman now, I think 85, and they've only been with 3 men. That person is the one that they married. Then they dated another guy for a while. Then they got with another man, and didn't marry that man either, and end up having altogether 4 children, and never have been treated well by a man ever in their life, not even from their own father. And this is a true story. I'm not making this up. This is for real. Never experienced real love from a man. Had siblings, brothers and stuff, but the way they were raised, you didn't get, you're not going to get the same kind of love from your brother in a way you would in a romantic way. But a brother should show you some kind of love so that you know how to be treated as a woman, and your father as well. But it didn't happen like that. And that person spent the majority of their life horribly abused by men, because with that person was a narcissist that controlled you mentally. As far as I know, there wasn't any physical abuse, but the mental abuse was way worse than any physical. I don't know if you guys understand them terminologies, but yeah. But the 2 other relationships that she had, those men whooped her bad. I'm talking about, broken stuff, eyes blackened, teeth knocked out. I mean, horror. And one of the men, the second man that she got with, she was with him for about maybe a good year, and he dogged her out really bad physically and every other way. Slept around and that kind of thing like that, very abusive. And then the third man that she got with, that she stayed with for over 20 years, that she had 3 kids by, that one abused her very badly, emotionally, financially, and a whole lot of other ways. And then he started, providing financially, but never really was a father to the 3 kids, or really a supportive partner of hers, and their life was hell. I mean, the woman's face just stayed mashed up all the time. Permanent scarring that won't go away from being repeatedly hit and abused constantly. So, I don't go for all that, because I done seen that kind of stuff. A lot of that where women let these dominant men. And, this one man here, specifically the very first guy, was very controlling, and he was an animal. An animal. All of them kind of things right there. Show you how when you would leave it like with me knowing that kind of stuff when I could never. And no disrespect because we all got different opinions and personalities, but I keep trying to tell females you got to be better than that. And then we're gonna get into the nice guys that get dog walked by a Jezebel. Let's keep it real. You know that story's in the Bible. Them Jezebel females will take a good guy and dog him completely out. You know what I mean? Completely out. There is no way around that at all. When them guys get, as they call it, pee-whipped, they get out here and they lose their damn mind. You could have your mother and female sisters and aunts telling you that woman you with ain't no good. That baby that she breed, that check said that's your baby. You know what I mean? And them, they don't believe you. They don't believe you. As a matter of fact, when you try to elaborate on that kind of stuff, that will run that man away from you more than it will help, because he's so brainwashed over this female that that anything she say and do, he's just smitten with her. And that's the same thing with females. When you get with the wrong person, or you don't believe in yourself and you don't have the strength, moral values, or goals, it's easy to be manipulated by somebody, and not even just somebody that you're looking at for romantic interest, but female friends. You know what I mean? Female friends, co-workers, and all kinds of folks would dog you out if you are the weaker type like that. And not even just that you're weak, but you're a decent person. And you're looking for love or companionship or friendship. It's sad, but it's the truth. You know what I mean? That's why I said, who got time to come on here and play a whole bunch of games? She says, phone now. Okay, sweetie, I thought I seen two different chicks on here. I'm like, who they? No, so I'm just playing. Yes, ma'am. I hear you. You know what I mean? But I just, I'm coming on here trying to chill at a good pace here, because I this thing here ain't no joke. You have to wake up to the reality of what's going on in life. And I keep trying to tell people that you have to know that you know. You understand? All this stuff here with me, I'm not going to come on here and fake no kind of game. You get what I mean? Just like I had somebody on here, and they, a few people, we were talking, once again, you know how you talk about God and things like that. And then I had somebody that came on here and they asked me, well, do you fear God? And I said, no, because God is not the author of fear, but I do have reverential fear. Reverential fear and regular fear are two different things. Reverential fear is that I fear that if I don't do what he tells me to do, I'm going to hell, period. You understand what I'm saying? That's not afraid of him, afraid of not doing what he tells me to do. You get what I'm saying? And a lot of this stuff too that we're talking about and that we're dealing with, people got to realize that you have to be about what you're speaking about. And I'm not saying with me, because see, I'm going to tell you straight up, I'm not coming on here playing any kind of fool games like I'm super Christian and I believe in God in a way that I don't make no mistakes, because that would not be true. I have negative thoughts a lot. I curse off sometime there. Yes, I do. I've cussed off somebody that's cut me off the road. I've cussed off somebody that's taken my parking space. I get mad. I get upset. I think negative things. But that's the whole thing about it. When you're on here, yes, you see what I mean? We can't pretend that we don't do that just because we're in love with God. That doesn't mean that we don't still make mistakes. And that's the whole thing about trying to study the Bible and go on a walk with him, is to better these things in your life, because we're of the flesh. See, there's a battle between the spirit and the flesh, and people don't understand that the flesh is always tempted, and the flesh will block the spirit part so that you don't get a chance to use your spirit properly, because you're so caught up in fleshly things with people in the world. Just like I tell folks that you got to watch how when you're going up into church and anywhere, because if you don't know God for yourself, you don't go. First of all, even if you do know God for yourself, you don't need a pastor to go sit lazy and let a pastor preach everything to you that you need to know. You have to have a personal relationship yourself so that you know that you know. And then another thing too is that when you go to church or any type of fellowship or any type of Bible study, you have to understand that the pastor's not God. You know what I mean? He's just a vessel. Just like, when you go, just say if somebody's in a hospital that had a baby, open heart surgery, you can thank the doctor, but you have to give thanks and praise that God used that doctor to save your life or to fix your problem or to deliver your baby, but he's not God. And if you don't understand God, when you go to any kind of church, you get caught up in what they're telling you and you don't even know if it's true because you don't understand the scriptures. You don't have a personal relationship with him. You go there to serve as a fellowship with a bunch of people, but you got to look around and make sure you're with people. I'm not going to go to church just to get a religion. I don't like to have it, and I got somebody that just gave me, a card to, to check out this church. But as soon as they started with the labels, and I'm not judging anybody, but as soon as they start with, I'm Pentecostal, I'm Baptist, I'm Jehovah Witness, I'm a Farrakhan, I'm this, I'm not into that, and it's nothing wrong with it. But what I do at all those different religions like that, I look at what they do and how they study, and I take a piece from each thing that I know is right, that matches up with the word and the scriptures, not just the Old Testament, but the New Testament too. Because a lot of times, like I said, you get caught up and you don't realize that, no, this is not what I believe in. So what are we saying? Now I'm going to say this. I don't know who's in the bushes who want to jump out their seat and get crazy and bug out on what I'm saying. But like, for instance, I met this guy, and I'm not speaking for everybody of this faith. But I met this man, and he says that, he served as a Jehovah Witness, and that he has a family member that, needed a blood transfusion, but because of their religion, they're not allowed to take blood from each other or get free blood that's donated. That's what he believes in, and that's what the family believe in. I'm not saying that part of him being a Jehovah Witness, that all Jehovah Witness practice in that way. That's why I keep saying too, all Baptists, all Pentecostal do something different. That's why it's too much of a mix-up, and it's just best to try to, for me, and I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm not judging people for what they're doing. That's why I just like to say a Christian person, because there's no title, there's no practice, there's one God, one me, one we. So all of this foolishness gets you all caught up in the head. Oh, well, you know what? You can't come to this one because, we believe, and you just had a blood transfusion, so you can't come and be accepted on our covenant and all that. All that stuff, that God don't say none of that. You got to understand that then, in the Bible they speak about Jehovah, but you got to understand what they mean when they speak about it, because Jehovah is in the Bible very deeply. And you also have to understand the difference with the Bible, because I had a hard time. What were we talking about with the Bible, Sally, there? The Hebrew and the other one. I had a hard time understanding Hebrew and the Greek. I couldn't read it. Hebrew and the Greek. I could not read it. So what I had to do, and honestly, I'm not embarrassed. I'm going to tell it like it is. I had to get a child's Bible. Yeah, because you get, that translation, you can get translation, but it makes it hard. So for me, I had to break it down so that I could understand it. And guess what I did? I got a kid's Bible, and it worked for me until I graduated up to the big Bible. I had to graduate. A lot of folks don't understand that you got to crawl before you walk sometimes. And I didn't do good with studying the Bible. That was like with that type of talking, thouist and all of that. I didn't get it. But I didn't want to give up. So what I did was I got a kid's Bible. And I'm going to be honest with you. The kid's Bible does leave out a lot of stuff, because obviously it's trying to coast a child through life with God before it gets too heavy. You get what I mean? So I had to get what I could just so I can understand, and then graduate up to a bigger Bible, because it makes it complicated, and sometimes it makes you don't want to study. I know it made me didn't want to study, because I had some thouist, forth, and I'm like, By the time I said that 2 or 3 times, it's like, I can't do it. I can't do it. So I got something that, we got all kinds of fancy Bibles now and stuff. You know what I mean? CDs and teaching and preaching on TV and stuff. But I'm just saying, when I took my personal time to do that, it really enlightened me. But I had to have it where I was able to receive it, because you can read anything, but if you don't receive it, it's a different story. Just like with God, he gives us free will, but if we don't allow him in our lives, then he cannot come and work in our lives. You know what I mean? And that's the thing with people. I got a lot of people too that say that they're atheists and they don't believe, which is not wrong. That's their business. No judgment. But as soon as something go wrong in their life, how quick are they to call God? How quick are they to call out to God when they didn't believe in him? That's the thing that I keep saying. So we don't have to, always try to seek God for his hands. Sometimes we need to seek God for his face. Sometimes it's not, you don't even have to keep, and I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm just saying how I do things. You don't have to always go cry for something. You know what I mean? Be good where you are. Thank you for what you have done. Thank you for the plans you have for my future and my life. You don't have to be always, yeah, I need a coat, I need shoes, I need a man, I need a woman, I need a car. Sometimes it's just chill. Just chill because his will be done. No matter, what you're talking about. The time will come where he definitely will do what he knows you need, not what you want. You know what I mean? Not what you want, but what you need. Once you realize that that's greater than what you're trying to get, then you'll be able to receive him in your life and his blessings that he's offering us. Because so many of us are chasing something, you know what I mean, that we're not supposed to have and don't need. But we don't know that because we're so caught up in I, and self and running down self, you know, pleasures, opposed to, you know what, it ain't even about me. What can I do to help somebody else out? What can I do to help somebody else out? Because a lot of times that's what really needs to be done. It's not about always getting and storing and stocking up stuff for yourself. Sometimes it's just about be quiet, listen, wait until the blessings is there for you. Because sometimes we force things, and it seems like, oh yeah, man, I got what I want. Oh, I'm good. And then before you know it, like I said, don't build your house on sand. You understand what I mean? Don't build your house on sand, because when you build your house on sand, it ain't gonna last. You know what I mean? Because that's not stable. It's like all this false belief and carrying on with all kinds of game. And that's how you can tell some stuff is not right. Anytime, you have to bring people to argue about religion. They have this one man that does on his at his church. He's not the only one though, but at his church he has all kinds of different faiths come to his church, and for them to argue who is right. Do you honestly think God want us to argue over which way we're following them? You're supposed to be teaching. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be teaching people the word of God, not arguing and beef and comparing and one upping each other. That's not going to get nobody anywhere. You just have to agree to disagree, but you have to understand too, no matter what way you want to serve him, you can't pick him to be just your father. It's only one God. You can play games with your kids and whoever you want to fool with. Jump around for the devil like a clown fool if you want to. But when it comes to God, you can't play those games like that. You think he want, oh, well, you say you Baptist, I'm Pentecostal, you Jehovah, and we're going to argue that our faith and our religion is something that yours isn't. That's not how we do it. What you do is you learn from one another. And I know with me, I can honestly tell you just about every faith out here, there's something to learn that you can come to agreement about certain things that all the faiths would say. Whether you Jehovah Witness, Pentecostal, Baptist, all would say the same thing, that God is good. You know what I mean? All this extra stuff that you're talking about, and who ain't doing this, and this religion saying we can have 7 wives and all that mess, that ain't gonna get it. That's not what's gonna get you into heaven. As a matter of fact, it's gonna block your blessings. Because the more negative that you hold on to and allow to penetrate into the core of you, that's the more that you're gonna have to fight to get back on track. And when you have negative vibe going, God can't come and do no work in you. You really have to open up your heart and be free and clear. Because if you don't do that, you're heading nowhere. And I keep trying to tell people, do you ever know how sometimes when even though you may talk to family or friends, even your kids, about something, and things just don't seem to be getting right, you have to check yourself before you wreck yourself. Because sometimes you have to look in the mirror and say, me, I. What that mean? I'm in my own way. Some of these ways is nothing to do with anybody else. It's my way. Just like when things happen to you, you have the option to be able to control how you allow it to affect you. You get what I mean? Even when you have somebody that's just dogging you out completely, I'm not saying stay in that predicament, but learn something from it. And if you're stuck in a situation, learn how to control how it affects you until something better can happen. Because how many times people wish that they would have stayed with something that wasn't so bad after they got a chance to look at what life can offer and how bad it can really be. Now you're grateful for just having at least that one pair of shoes, because now that you got 7 pair of shoes, you act a fool. You understand? you act a fool. Or when you didn't have much, and now you got a lot. Just like one lady just came on, and it was such a compliment. And I'm not bragging, you guys, because we all do these things here. She came to one of my videos what I do, I help out people. And she said to me, I thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Winsome. God bless you, my love. God bless you. I appreciate you. And like I said too, I have been raised the majority of my life in the States, in America. So that's how I'm in chat. So you know what I mean. But anyway, I know my people then. So, and that's probably why I got this heavy, thick, it is what it is. You know what I mean? You can take and even with me, I'm mixed too. I'm not a whole of, one race and thing, one nationality. But you can take a baby that come from two thoroughbred Jamaicans, two thoroughbred Asian, two thoroughbred Spanish people, and bring the baby to America, and they won't have no accent at all. You understand what I'm saying? I even have the guy here that I met too. Let me see who it is. I met the guy. What was his name? Oh gosh, I think his name is it George? He just recently changed his name. No. That's one guy. But the next one is Carlos. Wonderful man that I met on here. And he said that he's a Jamaican, but his wife is American. So say the kids them is a mix up. You know what I mean? So he said he makes sure that they know both sides of her family. But if you raise the kids, even if you take an American child and put them over in Jamaica, it could be with the Jamaican family, and it could be a Caucasian child. If they breed up and raise up with Jamaicans, they're gonna come the same way. It don't have nothing to do with the skin color. It's who's in you. You know what I mean? It's in you. And like with me, the majority of my life, because the family split, you know what I mean? I basically have been raised up in America, so that's what language take more over the other. But if I would spend more time, like I used to do, then I would have more of that accent. And even in Puerto Rico, pues yo sabe español también, so yo hablo mucho. You see what I mean? It go there. You get what I'm trying to tell you? It's not showing off. It's because I can't pick what color I was going to be or who my parents is going to be. This is what God, put out here for me. I can't pick. That's one thing people don't understand. You cannot pick. I want my father to be Caucasian. I want my mother to be, Barbados. You don't pick none of those things. You're born from whoever has you. You don't choose them ways. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I tell people too, to make sure when you make fun of people that you understand that the way they look, they don't have a choice because, first of all, we're all beautiful, no matter what we look like. You see what I'm saying? We're all beautiful no matter what we look like. No matter what it's not even about, and I keep telling people, please stop saying she's black, he's white. We are not the color of a crayon or a marker. We have a complexion. Please keep that so that we can stop that foolishness there. A complexion. Oh, that black man or that white woman. Please stop it. We have a complexion. We have a complexion, period. But you cannot pick who's going to breed you into the world. It's not up to us. It's what man and woman God put together to bring life into the world. So we can't say, well, you know what? Look at her. She's ugly. Look at her lips. She got a big forehead. She's not cute. She don't have no breasts. She's flat behind. That kind of way. You can't pick that. That's how you're born. You can't pick how you look. So how can somebody make fun of you if you are going through how you were brought in the world and people don't like you because of it? That's no fault of your own, and it shouldn't be a problem. That's why it's so important to represent your spiritual side. So all of this BBL and breast thing, and I'm not judging anybody. Do whatever you want to do with your body, but I don't want to be remembered because I had a BBL or because I had big breasts or because I had a nice car or because I had a nice house. Tell me about my inside. Tell me about me, though. What do you know about me, my soul? Did you ever meet my soul? Not me, not the car. You know what I mean? Not the shoes. Did you ever meet my soul? Because I keep telling people, even with me as being a big gal now, you know what I mean? I haven't met me yet. You know why I haven't met me? Because I was always so busy being so much to other people that I never gave myself time to enjoy my life for me fully. I've always given a part of myself away to different people to help them out. And then I realized that I'm not even seeing who I am. Because anytime you raise up, when you have, especially when you have like mothers and women in your family that allow men to box them up in the way there, you have to have a plan for your life when you grow up. You're going to follow into that, or you're going to be bigger and broader. I'm bigger and broader than. I'm broad. I'm broader than Broadway. Yes, I'm broad. I'm broader than Broadway. Shabba Ranks, he say, knife or fork or fight for dumpling. So when we come from them type of struggle, people don't understand. Like when I speak about, our reggae artists and any kind of music that them a cuss off and they talk about sex and thing there. That's not the only thing. They're telling you a story about their life. It's not just country music. These reggae artists and R&B and rappers tell a story about their life. You understand what I'm saying? Even if he said me a bedroom bully, that's part. Okay, we already know say what I go on in the bedroom. We already know say you box up some things. All right. But what I'm talking about is when he say, even Shabba Ranks, one of the songs, and I love them artists, no matter what them say. Even if I'm walking with God, I already know I'm a big gal. Do you understand what I mean? I'm not a virgin. I'm not a baby. You feel me? But what I'm saying is, listen to the lyrics. What is he saying? Why would he say knife and fork? Knife and fork, for whoever don't hear me. Fight for dumpling. What does that mean? That means because they're fighting and struggling for food. There's issues going on. You see, you got to look at these songs, just like they got a song out here, and by this rapper, and it's been out here for maybe a couple of years now, and the rapper name is Drake, and he's saying the song that I like this part. He says, "I'm here for a good time, not a long time." You see what I'm trying to tell you? And it's vice versa. When you go to heaven, you want to be in heaven for a long time. I mean, for a good time, but on earth for a little while. You get what I mean? Because this is not it. This is not the promised land. But a lot of people come on here, especially if I speak about God, and then I go into talking about these songs that these rappers and they sing. They say, "Oh, well, how can you be into God and you're believing in the secular world and the secular music?" Well, first of all, I don't think that it should be any concern of anybody's what I'm doing or whatever people want to do, because they're grown and they have free will to do whatever they want to do. So you don't worry about that. You got to get yourself saved. Secondly, any music that you listen to, no matter what it say that you are not against because you're a Christian or how you want to call yourself, it's always some positive in every song. And these folks get themselves so caught up to where they feel like since they have decided to get themselves right with God, that they're the judge of everybody, and that they're super Christian, and that they're more involved with God than you are. They're better than you. And the thing is, you may be on a spiritual walk with God, and you may have gotten further than where I am, but you still don't look back and judge me. If anything, you help me up. You help me up. And I keep telling women to stop being binding against each other with all this foolishness, selfishness, jealous, Ray this, Ray that. And women, please stop making a man box you up and run your life up. Do you understand? Stop. You don't care if you eat under a two-legged table. That's not enough to take the boxing. You feel me? One minute you love you, next minute you wipe you down. And then the same thing with nice men. If say you're with a woman that's no good, watch yourself. Don't waste your life. Because then what happens is you get with these people, they damage some part of you. Then you also are connected with these people permanently because you got kids and all of this mess. Don't tie yourself up. Don't bind yourself. The devil is already out here trying to do us up. So to respect and care about yourself, because the devil's going to work it. The devil's going to work it to the teeth. So give yourself some kind of thanks and praise and watch what you're doing, because all this stuff here, what I see going on here, this is not it. You know what I mean? And I know that I remember you were chatting about, how some women, they're in the kitchen and they cooking, they looking pretty with the butt they're propped up. It's cute. Some of it's cute and some of it's sexual. Some of it, you know what I'm saying? And I understand that because I see people fix up, look pretty. But a lot of that is like, trying to do my fans only type of stuff because, no matter what you're doing, you cook up some good food, But people know sex sells. You get what I'm trying to tell you? And I'm not talking about the women that just look nice. They're firm, they're looking good, their hair cute, and all of them way, that's all good. But when you have to come on with a thong on, you understand what I mean? And and you holding up a piece of chicken like you're licking between a man's legs, you're sending a different impression. Me not want the food she'll cook up. Me look upon the bedroom now. You see what I mean? You got to pay attention, all of us, to that kind of way. Because I start to see a lot of that type of way. People are so desperate to become famous and to be known that they don't realize they're selling their soul for pennies or nothing at all. You understand what I mean? Yes, you know what I'm saying, Winsor. You know what I'm talking about. Because I see a lot of women, I'm gonna be honest, they're naturally beautiful, but they come on, they cook up good food, and them look good. Yes, they do. Beautiful women. The teeth look up nice. Yeah, the hair, the clothes, the kitchen nice up. Fancy cooking. Right? Okay, we look good. We got clothes on. But when you come on, the nipple, them showing them way there, you turn around, you can see the camel toe and them thing with some leggings on. You're selling something. You're not just trying to show up the food. They be cooking good food, but your look. Sometimes you got to know how you represent yourself. There's one lady, and I really liked her. How I met her is because she was doing because with me, I used to go to the gun range and them kind of way, and she used to have a collection of gun. And then, she started doing a little cooking. But after she started build up on YouTube, she's starting to put sexy clothes on. Who's cooking a hot dinner into the kitchen with a bikini bathing suit on? You're not worried about burn and grease popping. And what are you selling? What are you showing? You cooking up the food, or you cooking up men? What are you doing? And then your kids come in the kitchen, and some of them are ashamed of you of them things. No disrespect, even though it's your mother. Even though it's your mother, say, mommy need to cover up. Mom, and it's no disrespect to people. They get upset because when you speak she judge me, she jealous because I have big breasts, she don't have it, she jealous. No. See yourself. See yourself. Tell me the truth. See yourself. You started YouTube, right? You had a nice house, but you were renting. You didn't have too much of nothing. Now that you see that you got a lot of attention, you have less and less clothes on, and you're cooking good food, and you're naturally beautiful. But when you sell yourself out, your kids see that's going on. If the husband let this thing go, he don't have too much respect for you to put yourself out like that, because it's not necessary. If you're cooking up something good, people them will come. Just like with me, I don't got too much going on over here. This is not a channel. Rruk is a hangout spot. And the meaning of Rruk is so many different reasons why I picked that name. I don't see too many people, too many people don't see me on the camera. And that's for some personal reasons. But I tell you what, I like to see the inside of me more than they see me physically. Because that's what I want to show. I don't want you to mind that me have the big breast them. You know what I mean? Or this fancy house and these things. I want you to see. And how you get the chance to see is to see me. A lot of people don't understand. You get where I'm coming from? A lot of people don't understand that when you say intimacy, people think means just because sex up in the bedroom or upon a man and them ways there. No, intimacy is more deeper than that. Intimacy means to see into me, to see me beyond all of that. Because anytime you invest in any kind of relationship, and if one of the people take ill, what you gonna do? If you have your wife end up in the wheelchair and she paralyzed down there, or your husband end up in the wheelchair and he paralyzed down there, what are you gonna do about sex now? Let's be real. Come on. We're not kids here. You know what I mean? Yes, I believe in God, but I'm a woman. I'm talking about life. What are you going to do now that this man can't come into the bedroom the same way, or this woman can't feel nothing down there? What you going to do now? Seek a next one from the road? Or you really believe in till death do us part? Till death do us part. So meaning that we don't separate for nothing other than death do us part. Now, I understand people break off marriages and stuff. If somebody boxing you down, they're not a good lover, they're not into relationship properly. There's a lot of reasons, though, that people do have to get divorced. But I'm talking about real love. Not the kind of love to stand with somebody that's putting their hands on you and hurting you and dogging you out and seeing other women or seeing other men in the street. I'm talking about when your health is not well. When your health is not well. These women started this show here and they were saying stuff like, well, people invite us into their relationship, the husband and wife, when their life is not going well in the bedroom. They want to come to a prostitute to help their marriage. How could that possibly be true? How could that possibly be true? How do you feel it's going to make your relationship better because you bring another woman or a man into your bedroom? How do you feel that if you get into an accident and you're paralyzed and your husband is worried about sex because you can't do it right now, or he can't wait the 6 weeks after you just breed his baby that he have to sleep with the next gal? Come on, you get what I'm saying? Or you got a wife and you've been you're having some problems and some medical issues. A lot of these men that diabetic and things, and no judgment, they have problems down there being their regular self when they take their medication. So what you're gonna do? You're gonna go lay up with with another man because your husband has a problem now that may be permanent and the medication is keeping him alive, but you worry about what he can do in the bedroom. And if that's all your relationship is about, you're married for the wrong reasons, you had kids for the wrong reason, you're together for the wrong reasons, it's over because it never began. You get what I'm saying? It's over. Because anytime you waste your time worried about what he can do for me in the bed, them things there is not the most important parts in the glue that holds a relationship together. The glue that holds a relationship together is, look, knife and fork, fight for dumpling, fighting for this relationship, fighting for this man to say, you know what, he's gonna take the kids to the doctor. So you see, these things, he's not a woman. And I keep telling these women that even if you want to be in a relationship that your husband say, I do all of this and you do all of that, if the two of you agree, blessings to you, and that's your business. But for me, I don't have to say, you know what, my husband don't reach home until 8 o'clock the next morning, but today's trash day. If he forgot to put the trash out last night, then we're going to miss trash this week because I'm a woman and I can't even take the trash can to the curb. Because I'm a woman, I can't take the car to the shop to get my inspection sticker. Them way, man, come on now. And it's nothing wrong with people that have those relationships, because I know a lot of women come on a lot of times when I chat about this. Well, I like to be the woman. He's dominant. I like to be at home mom and just take care of the kids. My husband will not allow me to take out the trash or to try to do an oil change on my car. I'm not saying nothing wrong. Go for it. But I say, I need this. I'm not busy with that way. I'm a big gal. I have to bounce. I have to be able to be capable of more than one thing. And the thing is, with a lot of these women, they want to be treated like they consider that as being a queen, and I don't. And I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with women that believe that, but I don't think that's considered as being a queen, because to me, a queen is not a person that don't have no experience and no skills. You understand what I mean? Other than pretty there, pretty hair, pretty clothes, pretty teeth. That's not enough. That's not enough. And I keep trying to say this to people: please watch what you're seeking out here, because when you get into these relationships and you get freaky, you start all this freaky stuff. Just like this woman was saying, well, these men, they come to us because they want to try something different in the bedroom and their wives are not willing to go along with it. Well, you don't know what they're asking. You understand what I'm saying? You don't know what they're asking. I'm not going to be with you and play the man. If you got some problems and worries like that, we're not busy with the body thing there. You see? No. And there's nothing wrong with whoever want to do that. Because see, that's one thing I talk about everything. I don't care if man power man, woman power woman. That's not for me though. Me not judge nobody, but me not, no. Listen here. Ain't nobody gonna bring a next woman for me to love off. I love men only. You understand what I'm saying? No way. I don't do that. But whoever do it, blessings to you. Just your business. And then when you have a man that wants you to start doing things to him as if he's a woman, I'm not into that either. But whoever want to have that in their relationship, good luck to you. Good luck to you, because I haven't seen one couple out here yet that has brought another person into their relationship, in their marital bed, whether it's a man or a woman, and then them have a successful relationship. Because the most time when you bring a third person in, people are going to break the rules of whatever game you're playing. He may seek this woman behind your back, or she may seek this woman behind your back. The marriage is over right there, first of all. Anytime you have to bring somebody like that instead of going to God to get the answers for what you're struggling with in your relationship, done. Death. The marriage died. It's a death right there. You cannot make anything better for somebody. This is not the same thing as if somebody had a drinking problem or a drug problem and they go to rehab to get help to stop getting high, to stop drinking, to stop smoking crack. That's not the same thing as therapy. Oh, thank you so much, sweetie. I appreciate it. My love wins some. But you understand what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? That's not going to be the answer. That's not the seed, and that's what they want to say. They want to say, well, you know what? If you can go to therapy so it can help you stop drinking, if you can go to the doctors and get surgery to fix your broken leg, then we can do this in the marriage. That's not the same thing. That's not, there's no way you can tell me that any one of you agree as a couple to bring another man in a relationship, or another woman, or both of you two sleep with another married couple, that your marriage is going to be the same. It will never be the same again. It will never be the same again, because you violated the oath, first of all. And then this thing can't fix, you see? Because sometimes what people do, they live in a fantasy, a lie, a fog. And you get these people, y'all double up, do something for a while, everybody laughing, they're swinging, they think it's a joke. You've already violated the commandment in the marriage, first of all. Secondly, this is not going to be the last time. This is going to be something that people acquire a taste, and they're going to constantly want that in their relationship, constantly. And then when you start saying, I don't feel like doing this, then they're going to go out behind your back. Or what about the times that you're doing this freaky deaky stuff, and then now you breed? So you know you want to lay up with the next woman and another man while you're carrying God, a child in you that God placed in you. From your husband, you want to have another man enter your body while you're breeding, just for sexual pleasures, and you guys don't have nothing else left to the marriage. I don't see how any of this stuff can fix anything. That's not the kind of therapy. And most of all, when you have a problem, the first thing you got to go to is God. All this running to the street and all this stuff, I don't understand how people think that that could fix anything. Because to me, this is satisfying the Jezebel spirit, the lust, the demon lust. This is not going to hold the marriage together. People always say, well, I'm addicted to this, I'm addicted to that. Well, have you tried to get God to help you with it? Or are you enjoying what you're doing and you think that this is a joke and that this is a game? Because you're not in a committed relationship. And anytime you are, especially with females, it seems like, I don't know how to explain it. I think females, and no disrespect, females like to play that kind of role too in a relationship, that they want to be submissive to a fool, like a joker, like a clown, because you're bowing to this man way further than what needs to be. Even if you look at some old stories in the Bible, these women were, submissive to their husband, but submissive to a husband doesn't mean that you're going to allow him to put his hands on you, sleep around and breed other women in them kind of way. That's not what submissive means. Submissive is a whole nother word of, you're dedicated to your relationship. You allow this man to treat you like a woman, but you also have your morals and values as well. You're not to be treated like a sexual object or a punching bag. You get what I mean? But see, a lot of folks want to play that role, and then before they know it, they realize their whole life has slipped away. And then I know some women, excuse me, that have been in relationships where I stay home, raise the kids, I do everything for the kids, for my husband, and then my husband does the outdoor, the hard work, and it worked out fine. That's because the couple, when they got in the marriage, they agreed to those terms, and both of them were happy. Nobody was forced to do something they didn't want to do, and that's why it was successful. But when you start bringing all these other people in, and even when you have relationships, because I've seen couples that they've been married and they got kids, and they went through a rough patch, and the woman got pregnant by another man, but the husband and her got back together, and they decided to raise the child as their own, and they have been successful. But you got to remember, whoever is the father of that child is going to be a part of your life too. And if you can't handle it, you know how they say, if you can't take the heat, stay out the kitchen. This is the things here. And these women too out here is using their bodies in a way. And I'm not saying that just because I wear certain clothes, that gives a right for a man to look at me for lust, or that gives it right for another woman to talk about me and call me some kind of whoring woman just because of what I'm wearing. But it does show a very low level of respect for yourself, especially when, just like this one woman, I seen it, and I'm not judging, but she went to her son's, I think it was his kindergarten graduation, and she's posing off with all these parents, because you know how they get up on the stage and they take all these pictures with the class and the teacher, and she's wearing a half a shirt, nipples showing, and a pair of leggings with her whole vagina print. I'm not being rude, but what does that mean though? Did you have to wear that there? Do you understand that you don't go to church wearing a broad top and some poom shorts there? You have to have some kind of respect for your woman body, being a woman in your body, respect for the church, the God, the kids, the people. And when you're out here and you're trying to prove something, there's a problem. Just like this one woman, she had her daughter modeling some clothes that she's selling, but the clothes looked like, it was being sold for sexual purposes instead of just any women wanting to wear nice clothes and stuff and look pretty. They were wearing the stuff because they wanted to show off your vaginal print, the BBL, and you're out here in the grocery store with no bra on. What does that say? What is it saying though? And I'm not judging, because if that's how you live, whoever lives like that, and that's how they want to present themselves, that's fine. But then when you have, yourself out there like that, what are you trying to say and do though? Because no one can answer the question. And I keep telling a lot of women, and I'm not disrespecting anybody, because I think that your body is your temple and it's your business what you do with it. But please be careful that you don't make a turn that you can't come back from. You understand? Because if you walk down that dark road, it can stay dark. But wherever God is, there's always light. Do you understand what I mean? And a lot of times people don't understand. You're running because you want your bumper to be bigger, right? You better hope you don't get the bag. You get what I'm trying to tell you? The bag on the stomach. That's what you need to worry about. Because see, that's a whole nother life right there. And see, when you talk to folks like that, they don't seem to understand that. Those are the things that can make and break you. Because anytime you get something done, and I know there's a lot of women that have stuff like, I feel like my bumper's too small and my breast. But sometimes before you run for these surgeries, check yourself though with God and see if He can help fill those voids for you instead of running somewhere. Because when you get that done, okay, you're going to look at yourself and say, I like the size of my breast now. I like the size of my bump now, my bumper. Okay, I'm good. All right, so what's next now? Because you like it. Who else you want to like it? Who else do you want to see it? How do you feel about yourself right now? Now it's the next thing. Well, you know what? I think it need to be a little bit bigger. I think I need a little bit bigger. Oh my, and look at my nose now. Uh-oh. And then you go back and then the doctor tell you, well, you know what? We can do your nose and we can throw in another breast implant. It's a package deal. Then you find yourself drugged like with this kind of stuff because you're not talking to your inner self. You're worried about what you look like. And I know, I'm going to be honest, I've seen a lot of women and men get facelifts, but they needed it. I've seen people where the top of their eyelid drips down, sags down so bad that they can barely see. I've seen people needed their nose fixed because they have problems with breathing. I could understand that, or if you had cancer or something in the breast or some way, and you're going for medical. But don't put too much into what you look like as far as physical. I'm not saying that you don't go out the house looking a mess with dirty clothes on, don't brush your teeth and don't comb up your hair. I don't mean that. Bring yourself with your best life, but stop worrying about things that's going to cast you more in a sexual way. Because all of this stuff is not just about you wanted a bigger butt. You want to look sexy. You want somebody to see you. You do. And there's nothing wrong with it, because I don't care about it. I just speak about it because I know that a lot of times people glamorize this stuff. You don't see as many people coming on here telling you how many people died from unnecessary surgeries. How many people got this surgery and now they wish they never got it because their life has changed and people treat them differently, and they want to go get the stuff removed, but they're afraid to have such a big surgery again because they didn't check themselves, who they are inside. They were more worried about what the people can see in the world instead of how they see themselves. And that's how you end up where you don't know your head from your tail, because you're worried about people seeing you and not worried about who you are. Definitely has to be careful that we know what we're doing out here, because when you are the worldly things too much, you block God out. And like I said, it's nothing wrong with anybody wanting to look cuter or better. But I know that this is some stuff that you can't get back once you put it out there. So we have to be safe. We have to be safe. You know what I mean? And I don't know if my sister is still here or not, because I know I'm talking long-winded. And I don't want to hold nobody too tough if they're busy and they're doing things. So, like I said, there's be a lot of people that's in the background that, busy working. They don't want to be on the camera and they don't want to chat with nobody, and they want to just chill. Because I get a lot of people that hit me up on Instagram and they always tell me, yeah, girl, I've been watching your lives, but I don't, thumbs up or comment. I just like to listen. So there's a lot of people that's listening and you may not see them typing in the live or see your watch hours to tell you what's really going on if you're worried about watch hours, So we got to do what we got to do. And I want everybody to know that there's something greater than yourself out here, and that's God. And until we figure that out and believe it, we're not going to get far. We're living for the wrong reasons and the wrong stuff. Remember, don't get confused about God wants you to have the best of things. He wants you to have a car, maybe more than one, a nice house in a kind of way, and decent furniture. That's not what I'm saying. That's how you go about it. And your reasons and what it means to you. Oh, she said, I'm still here. All right, sis. We got to remember, King of Kings, Lord of Lords. But you remember when Mary got pregnant with Jesus, where did she deliver him at? Did she deliver him up in the places where they got the richest thread count of sheets and curtains and silk and lace? Or was he born in a manger around animals? There's a reason for that. There's a reason that they picked a place like that, because they always say that less is more, and God will meet you where you at. A lot of times people don't understand that. People don't even know where the devil came from. Everybody just, raised up with this person all red with horns and a pitchfork, but they don't really show you what he looked like before. Who was he before he went the wrong way? People don't know none of them stories because they halfway pretend to know things. And even with me, I promise you, I don't know everything in the Bible. And there's a lot of stuff that, like right now, when I'm talking straight up from my head. I'm talking straight up from the head. And these are things that are in me. But sometimes when I have to get down into the brimstone and deep stuff, I need the book, because I need to get into following the scriptures, because it's too much in there to remember. You can't hold it all. That's why they always say when you're confused and times are hard and struggle, do good, trust God, cast your care. Those are like the best things that we have for advice out here to be able to get to heaven, because a lot of times people are confused. They don't know what they want to do. They don't know where they want to go. They don't know what's happening. I don't know if I should be Pentecostal. I don't know if I should be Baptist. I don't know. But sometimes when you're confused like that, you need to take a step back and chill. Because sometimes you got to know that I'm confused right now. But as long as I do what I'm supposed to do, I'm going to be all right regardless of if I'm going to service to fellowship, regardless of Pentecostal, Baptist, any of those things. That's not what's important. What's important is your conduct and how you behave and what you do. That's where God is. That's where God is going to be in your life. He's in the midst of the storm with you. And no matter what happens, you're never alone. Because I know so many times, even me, in my life, and I know it's going to happen again, that I get where I feel like I'm alone. Even if you have husband and kids, there's still, husband, kids, and other family. You're going to still feel some levels of being alone. And that's because we came in this world naked, without anything, and we're going to leave naked and without anything. Those are the moments that you have to take your solace with God. And understand that you don't need physical people to be there with you, because God is inside of you. People don't really embrace the Holy Spirit inside of them. always chasing, something what man can see, mankind, but what people can see instead of trying to capture that spiritual side that only God can physically see. See, we have to show it. God knows that it's there. But for people, they don't know because they can't see that side of us. So they, basically, they just see what you show them in your actions. Because a lot of times people don't realize that their circumstances don't make them who they are. Your circumstances show who you are. Trial under pressure. What does that mean? That means that you may have presented yourself in a certain way to be this cool, nice person, but after, you get out here in the world and you don't get what you want, the true colors show because your behavior. And you say, well, you know what? I don't do drama. I'm cool, calm, and collective. But you got somebody that's seen you in the grocery store. As soon as you get in the line, and you got some people ahead of you and there seem like some problems that hold the line up, then you want to cuss off and suck up your teeth and stuff. That's who you are. You may be pretending to be, but now we see you. That's what the chat's about. You feel me? That's what it is. And we do it. I do too. No matter how many times I sit here and open up these Bibles and write stuff in scripture and talk and pray, I still slip off the deep end. I still do. You know why? Because God ain't done with me yet and I'm still on the travel. I'm not done. And that's the whole thing, people. That's why people can't be quick to judge anybody, because if I know that God says that this is my cross to bear, and you see me because you've seen me at church, and now you've seen me, stumbling drunk coming from a bar. God already know that I was going to do that, so you can't judge it. It's up to him, and he knows what his plan is. And you may, well, she's over there, she's drinking, and she's not going to heaven. You can't make that choice for anybody. That's the whole thing that I don't understand, why people don't get that. You can't be the judge and jury for nobody. Think about that. This is why there keep constantly being problems with people getting themselves right and stuff with God, is because they're always allowing man to make the choice for them instead of listening to what God is telling them. And I know that I'm guilty of that too. I get caught up sometimes, but you know what? I'm working on it. And I'm not going to stop. Because this is how life is. You got your own timing. That's what happens for you, not anybody else. Whatever's going to happen to you, like you may say this person saved today may not be your day. A lot of times some of this stuff is not none of your business of what God is working with on another person. You have to be concerned about you and yourself. And sometimes too, you may have kids and you raise them up a certain kind of way, and they get out here in these streets, or they meet somebody they fall in love with or some friends, and they may go against everything you showed them. Sometimes the kids can get out here and you talk to them about God, and they're living of the world. Those are all the true trials and tribulation of what we call reality. You know what I mean? That we got one life, just like they say one love. Well, we got one life. And if you don't make the right choice while you're here on the earth, you can't get to heaven. You can't just run up in heaven with any kind of foolishness and stuff. You have to really, really, really take the time and work this thing called salvation, so that you can get the clarity and be where you need to be. Because if not, you skip a beat, it's going to be all over. It's easy to sit back and let it all fall apart. But if you want to really do something and really have God in your life, that's work. Because those kind of things like that are not supposed to come easy. You have to put the work in. We have to let him in. He's not going to, just because he's here and giving us free will, that means that we got to do our part, but he's not going to force himself on us. So if you're not doing the work or the walk to let him in your life, then you can't accept him. You're not going to be able to do what you need to do to be in him, a part of him. And that's the whole thing that folks seem to get it twisted every time. It's all about what they say, and then they want to be with them today, and then tomorrow they change it up. And once you start rolling out like that, you caught up. You got to get somewhere and sit down, brace yourself, and figure out exactly where you want to be at, what your walk and your journey's about. It's not just about, because, you're going to make mistakes. We all are going to make mistakes. But it's how you turn yourself around and what you're working on. And once you see that effort in you, can't nobody tell you that what you're doing is wrong, because God knows what He got planned for your life. So you just sit back and you know you're doing right with Him. Sometimes it doesn't matter what people think. That's the whole thing that I've been noticing too. We're so busy trying to impress people that we don't have no room for God. You know what I mean? You got this big old plate of food and you don't even know who to thank for it. You know what I mean? And sister, we've been talking about a lot of this stuff out here that we got to watch ourselves here on the tube and all of this way there, honey. Some serious stuff has been hitting the fan here. We got to watch it, watch it. Anytime you have anything that you're concerned with, please watch yourself. Please watch yourself. Even with me, I like to tell everybody that come on here, love on one another, meet, make friends, help each other out, but please do not get too loose on here, because I got a few of my sisters that came over and they're running behind the wrong people out here on the tube, and I'm trying to let them know that the snakes into the grass. You understand what I mean? Watch yourself. Cool yourself. That's why I try to, once in a while I'll say, connect. And I mean, people come on here, they're gonna do whatever they want to do. You know what I mean? There's no judgment there. People gonna do and be involved with who they want to be involved with. But I just say, take a page out of my book and read it well. Read it well. When you know something is vibing off you wrong, especially when it comes to a whole heap of people that are strangers, listen to the voice that's talking to you to make you mind yourself. Listen to the voice to watch your back, because once it hits. And that's the whole thing. A lot of people don't seem to understand that these are messages being told to you, but if you block your ears, you can't hear what you need to hear. If you close your eyes, you can't see what you need to see. So them ways right there keep you from getting to the knowledge that you need to know. And I promise you, I have done a lot of it. So now I know that it's time to go the other way, because once you try to work something out one way and it don't work, then you go to the next thing. But you always have to keep God first place, because when you're working out for people, that's not what's going to get you into heaven. It's if you're doing what He says is what's going to get you into heaven. And a lot of us is not doing that. And I thank you so much, sis. I know you're busy in the background, but you know me, I'll be talking forever. We all do. You know how we do these lives. You want to woo the crowd. And even with me, I'm not even nothing, I'm not doing anything over here. I'm not belittling myself, because I don't have low self-esteem. I know who I am. And I don't necessarily have to be referred to as a queen. You get what I mean? That's not what all I'm about. I just want people to see my heart. I don't care about being a queen and who bowing to who in none of them ways. I just like folks to know that I'm here and I'm a decent person. Anything else is extra. I don't need the extra. You know what I mean? Because I can rock with it just like this. And it's all good. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, because a lot of times people are seeking for something they can't even handle. You run down this road and don't even know which way you're going. You're just running. Free and crazy, arms wailing up, brain all messed up. Slow down. Take your time. Rome wasn't built overnight. You're rushing to things too fast, it fall apart. Said you can't build your house on sand. You build up your house on sand, it ain't gonna last, because that's not a solid foundation. And I just want you guys to know that, and I'm gonna stop talking now. So I know you're gonna probably be doing a live somewhere, somehow. I definitely will come and check you and be there to big you up, but whatever you know that you're feeling when you be having those talks, keep it in your mind and know that it's true and that it's real, and if something's happening, you know it, because those are messages being sent to you so that you can wake up to what you need to do to keep things the right way. Because I had messages coming to me and I ignored it, and now there's something big going on around where you got a whole heap of folk them trying to come true and turn up and paint the scarlet letter upon me in them ways. I already see it. And like I said, I'm the type of person that's very forgiving, but I'm not a fool. I have say, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, it's a wrap. You feel me? I know now. I know something now. If you got to go all to 3, I already know. Say this is it, And that forgiving, you got to know how to give forgiveness too, because it's good to be forgiven, but you got to know who you're dealing with. You can't just jump up and give that type of pleasure or friendship to anybody. Forgiveness is serious business. And a lot of times with forgiveness and even trust, people have to earn that from you. It just doesn't come like free. Like you're sitting here and they got a bunch of free, books. It's not that kind of way. You have to earn it. You have to achieve it to receive it. But yeah, I'm gonna chill for a minute there. Take some showers. I love you, sis. And you, one of these days, we're gonna talk about some of this stuff out here in this world. World, because this has been some business fun. Go away. Lord, has this been a real, true experience. Listen. Oh, it done slid in here. I just want to go right here to this thing and see how I sound, because I'm trying to balance this music and this music and when I talk too. So I gotta get this. I gotta check something here real quick. Let me see what it is. Testing. Sound low. Does that sound low to you? Sound good? You think I need to turn it down then? Too loud? I need to turn, I'm talking about my volume. Now, how about it? Okay, that means it helped me. Yeah, either or. I don't want one to be more than the other. You think I should turn the music down some? Okay, I'm gonna do it. Let's see how the music go down. Does that sound lower? No? How it sounds? Still the same? Okay, now I'm gonna go up just a little bit. Let me see. Let me keep trying to look at something. How that? How about me? I sound all right? would you guess if I'm asking you a question? Seems like the music just gets too loud. Try it again. How that? Still seem loud? Seems good? Let me pick some more different music. Yes, I'm gonna take out a shower and soon come back, and I'm gonna check you because I know you're gonna do something too, sis. All right, all right. You soon come. That's what I need, some chips to go with mine. Why didn't I'm getting, yeah, just a few, but I got some, but I'm just a good small pitcher. What's happening, happy girl? How you doing, sweetheart? Oh, thank you. How you doing, my dear? Thank you so much for coming. I hope you're doing well, sweetheart. What's happening? It's nice to see you. Happy Tuesday, beautiful lady. How's it going? Hey, girl. Hey. I hope everything is going well with you, sweetie. You know how we are with this life. It's up and down and all around, right? Just chilling out. Just had a nice shower. So I'm doing my thing. You know, happy. No throwing it back. What you up to? I hope you're doing well, and I thank you so much for stopping by. Shout out to your channel. Happy Girl 1977. It's Happy 1977 Girl. That's cute, though. Cute name, sis. Oh, boy. Thank you so much for being here, Miss Kim, Mommy Kim. I appreciate your support. Thank you so much. I really do. Gotta, gotta stick together and treat each other right. So thank you so much, beautiful lady. Bless you. I hope you're doing well. How you doing? Mommy Kim, how you doing, pretty lady? What you got going on? How are your fur babies doing? I hope you're doing well. I enjoy your lives. We talk about a lot of good, positive stuff. Learning things from you. Enjoy hanging out. I appreciate you. I had a bando here earlier for a little while, and I've already been to Mama Lou and around to everybody. You know how we make our rounds. We got to hug everybody. You know what I mean? We have to hug everybody and respect each other and help each other along the way. Because this is a good life that we live, so we need to appreciate it. You know how that is. Let's get around and love everybody and enjoy ourselves and prosper and be happy. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. So you have two channels, I believe, Miss Kim. Mommy Kim, Mommy Kim, Mommy Kim Kim. What you doing, Mommy Kim? What are you up to? How you feeling? What's going on? Are you still there, beautiful lady? What's happening? What you doing over here, girl? And you know you're running the live. What's happening? How you doing, sweetheart? Hey, Bookie, Bookie. Thank you for stopping in. I know you got your own live going. Even with me, when I do my lives, I'm still all over the place supporting people and hanging out. Even when I run a live, I'm everywhere. I'm still in your live right now, Bookie. Here's somebody that I want to ask you about. I forgot her name, but they be saying the same thing. You be saying whoop whoop. I can't remember her name. I wanted to ask you, do you know her, Bookie? I know she says whoop whoop, and she has whoop whoop on her channel a lot, you know, in her titles, but I can't remember her name. Let me know if that rings a bell. Spooky, are you here? Because I keep asking you a question. Can you hear me? Are you there? I've been typing in a question for you. Hello, hello. Who's here? Who's here? How y'all doing? What's happening? Craft by Three Rows. How you doing? Nene, what's up? How you doing? Jesse, what's happening? Hey, 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 hey. What's up? What's up? What's up? I'm trying to see if Craft wanted to come in. I turned the music off. So I want to see if you want to pop in to say hi. That's what I was trying to tell you. Oh, hey, beautiful. How you doing? And Miss Craft, what I was trying to tell you is that I know that you were explaining that you can't listen to the music and talk at the same time. But what I was trying to explain to you is that you got to let me know when you come to the live. You just say, "Can you turn the music off?" That's what I was saying, but I think you misunderstood me. But if that's a problem for you, I can turn it off, but I can't just not have it on and don't know. That's all I was asking you. And I think you misunderstood me as if you told me and I didn't get it, but I understood you correctly. I just wanted you to, to let me know when you come in the live because this is my setup. You know what I mean? How I have it already. So you let me know, but I guess you may not be there. I'm not sure. So I'm going to turn my music back on because, everybody else enjoy it. I do too. And how you doing, Miss Pre-Retirement, Miss Lady? How you doing? I hope you are doing well. I really appreciate you. And that was an awesome recipe, honey. Oh boy. That was right. That was right. That was right. And I just love the way you do it from scratch. Mm-mm-mm. A lot of women ain't throwing down like that, like they used to, and I can cook like that too. But honey, I got to the point just doing well, working late. Oh, I know how that is. I know how that is because I don't know how to explain it, but there's so much stuff is not back to how it was before C19, and then with all this current different stuff that we have going on, and then we just have them days you got to work late and stuff happens, and we got to do what we got to do. This is life, huh? At least we got one, right? I don't know where Miss Crafts is at, but I was trying to be considerate. Even the same day, let me just let that go. She'll let me know. I need to keep saying it. But I'm chilling out myself too, lady. There's a lot of stuff, that I'm getting done around here too, and I'm getting ready to clean out all of this stuff, honey. I just know that I can't live like this no more. I got too much stuff that is really not needed. I mean, I'm just gonna call it what it is. Too much stuff. Hey Jesse, I don't know if you're still around, but how are you? Too much stuff that I know for a fact that I don't need. And I'm just tired of you know how it is when you have stuff and you're not sure what you're gonna do with it. So you take it and we got these different closets and basements and garages. So you know how we put stuff there until we get to it. And when and I've been looking in my closet too and my my stuff. And I'm like, her, listen, hey, you got stuff in the closet that's been in the closet 10 years or more with tags on it. What do you make of that? She says I've been working on cleaning and organizing. Yeah, I gotta get it. Listen, I gotta get it together. Betty, this whole place is flipped. Plus, like I said, we might be making a move, and it's really, it's got to be done. Even if we didn't, move or go anywhere. But I'm telling you, I just was looking in my closet, and I realized I got way more than I need. And I really would like to not even just donate, because I know with these programs, you donate. This is what, no disrespect to anybody. I want people to understand that a lot of these places like Goodwills and Salvation Army, they're for a good cause. So when you donate and the money they make off the stuff they sell, it helps people out. But what I've been noticing is that a lot of the handicapped people are not getting the jobs. And I'm not disrespecting anybody, but I don't understand why a lot of the handicapped people are not getting the jobs. And if they're not gonna donate back to the cause, Okay, have a good night, Nene. Take care and bless you, sweetie. Thank you so much. Take care. Get you some sleep. And I just feel like I don't know, from when I'm in the States and be looking around at these stores and stuff, I don't see the jobs being offered to the handicapped people that the jobs are supposed to be for. Now, one of these Salvation Armies that I had went to, you know, some years ago, whenever I'm in the States, because it's different if you're in the States or island, how I said about being, around and global. I seen that they had in one of the Salvation Armies, they had like about five handicapped people, and they got like two people assigned to them, but the people that's working with them in the stores, and this is people that's coming from, different facilities that's supposed to help facilitate jobs for handicapped people and mentally challenged folks, and they're talking to them like crap. It's I can't. See, and that's the thing. And see, I know that kind of work because I was telling you, back when I had to bring a client in, we brought a van load of folks to vote and things of that. So Betty can, my hat goes off to you. You're a sweetheart. For your personality, that's the perfect type of work for you to put your tender love and care and your heart and your will into helping, disabled people get where they need to be. But what I've been noticing, I'm glad that you guys got a good, facility that's really doing the work to help folks have jobs. But from what I've been seeing, half the people that are working in these Salvation Armies and Goodwills are not disabled people. It's regular folks taking the jobs that's meant for disabled people to have. And like I said, the few times that I've seen somebody assisting them, they've been very rude. And the folks that's working with them are all the way across the store. The clients don't know what to do on their own. And, I don't understand what happened there. But I remember when I was younger coming up, those jobs were for the handicapped people, like up in Goodwills. Obviously, you have to have people that are not handicapped to help them out, and and managers and things of that to run, the Goodwills and Salvation Army and places like that. But now I'm seeing that they're not really getting the jobs. It's everybody taking the jobs from them. So sometimes I don't even want to donate to the cause because I would rather, like the stuff that I said I'm trying to get rid of. I would rather, excuse me, I would rather donate the stuff to somebody free if they're not going to do what they said they're going to do. Because I got to go listen. I got one family member that has completely cleared their entire room out, and the rest of us haven't done ours. And the stuff that I have, I think that anybody that needs clothes, stuff for a house, curtains, and all that kind of stuff, I got a lot of good stuff, but I want to see it go to somebody and really get what they're supposed to get. Because I know there's a lot of too of vouchers and stuff that when people have fires and stuff, like they get vouchers to go get a bag of clothes from Salvation Army or Goodwills and that type of stuff. But the way I've been seeing how these stores and stuff operate, they're not really taking care of the folks the way they should. It looks like from what I can tell is that half of the staff that's not work. I'm sorry, half of the staff that's working there. First of all, they're going through half of the stuff themselves and taking what they want. That's one that that's been noticing. That's been happening. They're taking half the stuff themselves, and a lot of them. It's a certain crowd of people that are getting all of the jobs out here, and what they're doing is they're making sure all their family gets hired at these Goodwills and Salvation Army, but the family members that they're bringing in are not even handicapped. So then where's the jobs for the handicapped people? You know what I mean? I've been watching this go on, when I'm in the States at, certain facilities. And I don't understand how that is helping out handicapped people if you get all of the jobs to people that are not handicapped. And then these folks are getting the jobs for their Pacific family members to where when you go in these facilities, people that are running the facility are all family, and they're running the entire place. You may see a odds and ends supervisor, somebody in the store, but it's mostly all them. And then they don't want you to know what they're saying. And it's a lot going on here that ain't working out right. I don't know what happened here, but I knew when I grew up and I went in Goodwills and stuff when I was younger, the majority of the people that, worked were handicapped and disabled, adults and some teens, all ages. You know what I mean? And now it's looked like just certain people are taking over the entire store, and there is no one handicapped really working. As a matter of fact, I haven't seen any time, and I'm not talking about recent, because I know it has gotten worse. But what I've seen hasn't been handicapped folks getting these jobs. Other people are getting these jobs, and like I said too, with the jobs, they're not hiring other people. They're only hiring a certain crowd of people, and they're taking the jobs and giving it, making sure all of their family and friends get the job, and not even offering jobs the way they should to the public and to other people. And mainly, it's supposed to be for the handicapped people, though. I don't see how that's going down like that. These people are running these programs and everything in the ground where they're not even letting nobody else get it. Like if one person get in, they bring their whole family in there, and then you go up into a place that's supposed to be a business establishment, and by that being a whole family in there, they seem like they think they're running and controlling the whole place. Well, they are. Don't seem, I shouldn't even say seem, like they are running the whole facility. And I'm talking about not just Salvation Army, but stores and places all around. It's not fair. But I'm worried about that for the handicapped people that are not getting their employment that they deserve. Nobody's giving them a job. What I'm seeing is all folks, family, and friends, and none of them, they're not even, if they do have any disabled people in their family, they're not getting to work for them. And this is happening, unfortunately, to handicapped folks. It's harder for them to find, certain, jobs in certain places because they don't know how to facilitate it for themselves. And this is becoming a big, a big thing. And it seems like nobody's paying attention. And like I said, half of these places are being ran by entire families that have taken it over. And they're not even giving the jobs to other people. It's like folks in one family is taking everything and not giving the jobs to handicapped people, and nobody's overseeing those people, and those are supposed to be the supervisors and the naysayers and all of that, and it's not working. I've been watching that, and I don't think that kind of stuff is right, but these places are not being regulated properly. It's just out of control. It's just a mess too, how they treat the handicapped people in a lot of places, and how they treat vets. Vietnam vets and vets, all kinds of vets, different positions in the war, army, and all that. It's a shame how all of this stuff is going to the left like this. And, and folks don't seem to be concerned at all unless it's somebody that they know. I don't understand it. But I know that it's going bad. It's getting worse and worse. And see, these are the times that we're talking about that a lot of people don't want to hear, that are signs in the Bible where all this stuff is going awry, and things are getting way worse. And see, the thing is, this has been happening. It's just gotten worse, you know? It's just gotten a lot worse than what it was. And no one cares unless it applies to them. Like, you could have somebody see a commercial on TV, and it could be about something with, it could be kids with cancer, and it may be somebody that look at that, and if it ain't nothing to do with them or nothing they can relate to, they don't care. She says we help. I can do for jobs. Oh, that's good. So they can have what they need, Betty. That's good. That's good. See, from what I'm seeing, they're not even able to get no jobs around, when I go to the States, where I go about in America, I should say, they don't, they're not even getting jobs or having programs that's helping with anything anymore in certain places. And I know they have the funding there because they're giving it to certain people though, you know, and that is, pretty crappy. I'm glad that you're in a position that you're able to help people. I really am. That is awesome. This is definitely not going right. Definitely not going right. People are just not getting the help they need around here anymore. Especially when it comes to people that are citizens and things of that. And like I said, there's a lot of war vets that are not able to get anything. They're just like, some of them leave war, they're messed up mentally in the head, and they're not able to, function back right in society. And it's like the world has turned their back on them. And I'm sorry that that's happening out here. But see, that's good that you're in a position to help. But we sure need it. Or do we need it out here? And I tell you, this is all going. This is unfolding, just like it says. If anybody takes time to pay attention to the Bible, all of this stuff is coming to pass, like he said. Like Dad said, look, our father, like he said, the times is here, the times is now. People don't seem to be caring about other people. Everybody's gimme, I, me. So many people out here just sucking stuff dry, and government in an area where they're not taking care of, citizens and stuff right in some cases, And, what you talking about, I remember all of that kind of stuff being something that was viable, but in certain states and places, from what I'm seeing, that's not what's happening anymore. They're not giving the jobs to the handicapped people. They're not really giving them good help, for getting out there and being successful. I mean, it's just a whole bunch of stuff. Thank you, Lord. A whole bunch of stuff that's out of control here. And it's unfortunate for a lot of people that are becoming victims of all of this. So I see what's happening, and you're in a position that you're doing good stuff to help people. It needs to have more of that going on, because you can come from another country and get help by America more than you would for being American. Shame. Glad to hear that you're in a position that you are part of a facility that's meeting the needs, passing care and helping. That ain't going down lately. A lot of that is real bad. Because I got a lot of my clients that I'm seeing in situations where these programs are not hiring them. Like I said, they're bringing them to seek work, and they're not giving them any help at all. But they're just other people that don't have disabilities is taking it all. And I don't understand. Like I said, I know they got to have people that are, not disabled to run the program and help the handicapped people out, but they're taking everything. They're not giving them nothing. They're taking the very jobs that they're supposed to have, and they're not getting anything. And then the few people that I have seen that are supposed to be watching over the handicapped people while they work, they're not watching over them the right way. They're laughing and talking with the staff of the stores, and the handicapped people are standing there with hangers in their hand and standing there with a carriage and not knowing what to do. This is not this. All this is just not. This is what God is speaking about to get in the right place, because all of this stuff is happening. And if we want to make it to the promised land, we gotta keep our eyes open and be the ones that cast our care and do good, because folks ain't doing it out here no more. This is a whole nother scary world that we're living in. It's changing by the minute. I don't see it turning back no time soon. Actually, this is gonna get worse. It's not gonna honestly, we all know the truth. It's not gonna straighten out. It's not gonna straighten out until he comes back. It's not gonna straighten out until he comes back and get us. Because folks are refusing to do what he's telling us to do. A few of us is doing right, and a lot of us aren't. As people out here. Until we put ourselves together and do what we're told, we have to follow instructions to see this thing through. And if we don't, it's going to keep going further and further down and falling further and further apart. Not going to hold up. This is the end game right now. You don't understand that we're not going to get a do-over. This is it. This is not happening, playing games. This is a wrap. It's time for us to do it right, or it's over. Period. This thing here has fallen way down at what it should be. And as long as people keep, acting a fool out here, we control how bad this is going to be, or how good it can be, by our behavior and our conduct as humans in society, And if we don't do what we're supposed to do it right, and like they said, make America, or America, I'm from different, so, but around great again. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, because it takes everybody to do their part right for this thing to flow. And if everybody don't do what they're supposed to do, then it's not going to go down right. We all have a part to play in this. It's not just one or two people that's got to do this. Everybody has to cast their care and do their part. And that's not happening. That's not what's going on here. Folks, it's like they're running this whole world themselves and don't have no care about God or one another. And this is the end game that we know. It says in the Bible about all the seasons blending into seasons, about people that you knew you're not going to recognize them because of their works and their acts and their behaviors. This is it. It's all going down right now. You know what I mean? And if we don't, everybody's got to do right, though. It can't be just certain people. Everybody got to do their part to see this thing through. But see, folks are not doing it. Folks are running amok out here. And this is the chances that we have right now is to get it together and do right. But there's not enough right people doing. I mean, there's a lot of good Christians and stuff out there. We need more people to do better in what they're doing. And unfortunately, that's not what's happening here. So a few of us have got to try to fill in the gaps for the ones that's clowning around out here. But at the same time, it's a lot of weight, to carry, because we all could do so much more. That's why God gave us free will. And God did not, give people that are wealthy gifts of talent to sing and act and whatever kind of, pleasures that they have, and lucky, they've been fortunate. I won't say lucky, blessed to have talent enough to be able to sing, but they're showing, God is showing them that He's giving you a gift that you can, keep on giving with. Where you're rich and got all you need, but you should be able to help out someone else. Obviously, if you are an actor or entertainer, you can do that. That's easy work. God has given you the gift to be able to have a talent and have more than what you need enough to share, And folks are not doing that. Folks are not doing that. Folks are selfishly squandering away. And I know it's their money, but that's not what I'm saying. God has made this a way for us to have the free will to say, well, you know what? If I'm fortunate enough to have all of this, then I can help out somebody. There's a lot of places that I could, help donate money to and still be wealthy and have 3 or 4 houses if that's what what I want. It's not happening like that though. It's not going down like that. People are hoarding for themselves only. And once again, free will comes into play. When it comes to stuff like that, free will. Free will. Free will. And people are not doing it. Because the way I'm looking at, in the world, out of so many wealthy people that we have in the world, they're making enough money to where they can support other countries that are suffering and poor people out, because there's a lot of money out here in it to still have what you have, but to do it free will of what God has blessed you with to help the next person out, your brother and sister, somebody else that's not as fortunate as you. But folks are not going to do that, So once again, He's not going to force our hand. And, at the end of all of it, the folks that are, not helping as good as they can, it's going to all be over with. And they're not going to be able to take it with them. So it's just, a lot of waste because you got so much. And the only thing you do, you make more money, you spend more money. And that's basically all that's happening. Folks are, they got well more than what they need, I don't like to be rambling on about nobody else's business and what's in their wallet. And I don't mean it like that. Because I don't judge anybody. And I know that anybody that's wealthy, a lot of them work hard for what they have. A lot of them have families and goals and stuff. But I know that a lot of these, for a fact, have more than what they need, which is not my business. I'm just talking. I'm making some baked manicotti noodles. I'm just stuffing my shells now. Should have left them a little bit more firmer so that I can get the stuff inside of them a little bit more better, because I like my stuff, even when I make lasagna, I like to boil it down first before I stick it in the oven. I don't like putting the shells like that. I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with it, and I'm not telling anybody else what to do. I just like mine boiled first. I hope I'm saying it right. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, Betty. I know you. Manicotti noodles. Hello, Dreamscape. How you doing? Thanks for coming in. What's up? What's up? How's everything going? You're all right? Happy Tuesday. What is happening in your neck of the woods? I'm here. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. I'm stuffing some manicotti noodles. I'm probably saying it completely wrong. I've never been able to pronounce that right, but y'all know them thick horn-shaped noodles. I'm stuffing those up with my traditional way that I do my spaghetti sauce that I make with my hamburger meat. I'm not putting any sausages or anything like that, though. It's just going to be straight up the hamburger meat, green onions, pepper, garlic, so on and so forth. Yeah, that's what I'm doing while I'm talking to you guys. Just stuffing up a bunch of noodles. Boy, is it coming out good. It's coming coming out good, but I should have left my noodles a little bit more dense. It would help me a lot better filling them up with the sauce that I'm putting in it. But it's coming out just fine anyway. It's working itself out pretty good anyway. So yeah. Okay, this is coming out amazing. Really nice. It's working itself right where it needs to be. Okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm chilling out. Hope you're doing good. Dreamscape. Nice for you to stop in. Chilling out. Had a long work weekend. So these couple of days that I have off, I mellow out. Schedule changes a lot. I'm on call, so anything could happen. On call. So I could be trying to chill out right in the middle of cooking dinner, and when they say come, I got to go. What it is. What I signed up to do. Okay, we are doing good. Manicani noodles. I'm so toast. Oh, that gives me. They got some nice big ones too. Mine are really just spaghetti, so to speak. You know how that go, y'all. Just changing the shape of some noodles, and sometimes it depends on what you want to put inside of them too. But I just pretty much, I change it up. Sometimes it's hamburger, sausage, pepperonis, and like tonight I'm just having it the same way I would when I make my traditional spaghetti sauce. I'm just making it up where putting the spaghetti sauce basically in this, but there's so many things you can put in this. You don't have to put, these manicotti noodles, even though I'm saying it wrong. You don't have to put necessarily, you don't have to make it, you can make it with Alfredo, You can stuff it with all kinds of vegetables, asparagus, broccoli, and make it a vegetarian dish. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm doing my thing over here. It's gonna be good. Going down well so far. Nothing more I can ask for. Make it different kinds of ways, all kinds of ways. You can put squash in it, zucchini, turn this thing. You can put anything you want in these noodles. And like I said, you can always make them vegetarian. So many different ways to go with this, depends on what that tastes for, what you like. Guys, for this noise, but I like to clean as I go. I don't like to have a whole bunch of people cooking in no dirty kitchens. So as I go along and do stuff, I continue to clean as I go. That way I don't have a whole bunch of mess piled up. And I do it moving. I have a whole bunch of dishes and stuff facing me, and they're more neater when you're cooking for me. I'm not telling nobody what to do. I'm not in here no chef or nothing like that, but I notice for me, anytime I cook as I go, there's stuff to do at the end after, whether you're having it for dinner, lunch, snack, whatever you're doing. You know what I mean? It's less cleanup afterwards. You know how sometimes when you have a good dinner and you got all this mess left in the kitchen, all the pots and stuff that you cook with, and bop 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 bop. I don't do that. we take turns here anyway. All of us help each other out as a family, but I'm just saying, I don't let all that pile up. As I'm cooking, anything that I've used to cook with, I'm cleaning it as I go. That way I don't have all of that buildup. After, we finish dinner, the only got to really do is, load the dishes in the dishwasher or manually wash them, whatever, whatever's your pleasure. But I can't have all that mess piling up on me. And like I said, I can't even go in the kitchen and cook if it's not clean. Even if it's not certain stuff I'm going to use to cook with, the kitchen has to be cleaned up. It's just how I am, I have a clean kitchen. And like I said, whatever pots and stuff that I'm using to cook with right now, all of this stuff is being cleaned as I speak. And I'm getting ready to put some Parmesan cheese on top and some mozzarella cheese on top, all fresh cheese. And it's going in because it's, when you already cook the noodles, the hamburger meat is already done. So when you go on and already cook up, pre-prep your noodles and have them, usually get them to al dente. That's what you like. If I'm saying that right too, here we go, al dente. Yeah, boy. Yeah, get it cooked and halfway done in the hamburger meat, and it's, green peppers and onions are already done. It's almost kind of like a lasagna, spaghetti. I mean, it all looks the same. It's just the presentation of the shape of the noodles. And really, what it is, the noodles are for like most of the noodles are from the same family, unless you're doing wheat or something like that. But for me, I basically am whipping it up, and I'm just doing it just the same style I would just do some traditional spaghetti sauce. That's pretty much how the cookie's crumbling over here. Just chilling out. And I'm doing some laboring here though. I had cut down on a lot of long laboring in the kitchen, but it's all right. I'm feeling all right with it. I'm enjoying what I'm doing. And like I said, I used to do a lot of this stuff to make my own actual noodles, period. That's a lot of laboring, but those are them good old fun times in the kitchen that a lot of folks don't get into. Because I take a lot of help, like, from canned goods and pre-made stuff already. But it is awesome spending quality time in the kitchen, especially like, when you're cooking and you got your family sitting around and they watching you do some recipes and husband coming in the kitchen and, doing your thing. Steps, but I'm going to take care of that right now. Next. Just doing my thing, guys. Got the live open. I don't know who's here. If anybody left, anybody want to be here. You know how it goes, people. I should be doing this on camera. Get back to some of my laboring in the kitchen, but just got it live running already, so I'm kind of just leaving it as it is. Like making stuffed shells. I know all this cooking people, most of the majority of us know what I'm talking about. We make stuffed shells as well too. Really, the shape of the noodles is not really, it's just presentation for the noodles, but it's what's inside. It's a meal pot. That's how you know what you put in there. Rather, like I said, rather these stuffed shells, you know. You got options, people. You got options, y'all. Just taking my time. Straightening it up. Oven's already preheated, so got that going. Just doing my thing. Piece by piece, little by little, layering it like lasagna, like stuffed shells. Y'all know how these meals go. You know your way around the kitchen and you've been up in here for years. Y'all already know I ain't saying nothing new. Like I said, I ain't no chef over here. I just cook so my family can eat. And a lot of them cook too. Husband, everybody cook. All of it don't fall on just one person. We all do it. Just different nights, whoever want to make it, or I'm cooking tonight, or I'm cooking. Nighttime, different one of us cook, and a lot of times when I'm making stuff, it's not just for dinner. It's stuff that we can take, leftovers to work, lunchtime. I mean, got options. Options, sure do. Do it however you want. A lot of stuff that I cook these days is good for any time, day or night. Morning, breakfast, whatever your pleasure, whenever you want to have it. So many options of different stuff. And you know how people like leftover pizza for breakfast. You know what I mean? Plenty of different options of what time you want to eat, whatever you want to eat. Not like that. I have food for majority of the time when I cook a good soup. My soup, I'm not bragging, I'm just talking. My soups can be eaten. You won't be too harsh on your stomach for breakfast, dinner, or lunch. Possible. It's perfectly fine, I gotta get some oil here. Put over this. A clean kitchen. Oh yeah, I don't play that. We don't do that in the house nowhere. As a matter of fact, pre-retirement. I can't. When I get up, anytime I get up out of my bed, I don't care if I'm able to. If I went and took a nap throughout the day, I can't leave my bed disheveled. I got to get up and make my bed. My room does not get left a mess. Whether you got a husband or not, that's a little sloppier, perhaps. You know how that go. None of that. None of that. I don't go to bed. I don't go to bed with a bunch of dishes in the sink. I don't do all that either. Only time I, do something like that is if I got a pot that can't come clean, but I put it to soak properly. I don't just leave some old nasty pot sitting on the stove looking good. I get it, soaked ready and do it like that. I'll probably take a picture of this after it's done and post it. I should have just put the video up making it. Okay, it goes in the oven. 350, middle rack. I said it's already done, so this ain't gonna take too much time. That's gonna be good. Like I said, dinner, lunch, snack, and I'm thinking about some garlic knots or some cornbread. Actually, I'm gonna do because I don't even feel like whipping up no cornbread. Being lazy, I do cornbread mostly a lot too with like chili too. But it would go good with this one. Since I got some garlic knots in here, I'm gonna wait for this to get done and pop the garlic knots in last. You know what I mean? Go from there. Yeah, that dirty kitchen. I don't know what folks be doing, but I'm not with it. And I don't eat up out of anybody's house. I don't eat with just anybody's cooking, running to somebody's cookout, and all that kind of stuff like that. I remember when I was a child, I used to like to do that. Sitting there watching whoever the lady of the house, she just got through smoking a cigarette and or doing something with her hands. You know what I'm talking about? Touching stuff and then go right in the kitchen cooking and then they want you to eat that food. Looking at the dirt under the nails, all that. No. That's why, when people know that, whenever, obviously, we know that whenever you cook foods, let me say this so that I can just write this pan down and I can just get the hamburger meat with green peppers and onions in it. I'll say that so the water won't interfere with the conversation. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother doing no refried and all that. Yeah, I don't really do all that. I can wash it with fine by hand. Now I gotta dry this pan out. Sometimes I put it on the stove and turn the lid, the pilot on low, and let it dry the pots out. And sometimes I go on to get my towel and physically hand dry, you know, pan, pans, plates. It depends on what you want in your house. We don't come here to make fun of people or to judge anybody or try to give instructions to anybody. When I be here rattling, tattling along, I'm talking about my life. I think I have a right to, say what I'm saying about what I'm doing without people feeling like something is targeted towards them or somebody trying to preach to them or telling them how to cook. But I'm not with all that kind of stuff out there like that. You done went outside and touched all over everything, and then you're coming in here and jumping right into cooking in the kitchen. You haven't washed your hands, and like I know, and we all know that heat does kill a lot of germs. Who does that? Really, not me. I'm not judging nobody, but can't do it. She says, me too. You know what I mean? I don't know what folks, because I've been watching, over the years. Even like I said, I started noticing stuff like that when I was a little girl. A lot of different people get up in that kitchen, and I've seen, like, when you go to people's houses, right? When you see what's happening, you're looking. You're looking around, and just say that the lady, the lady that's the head of the household, she's doing many things. Because when you come, a lot of times back in the days when I was younger, they be, the kids go in there and play, outside. Depends on if you're in the state or in the country where it's cold or whatever. Even kids play it in wintertime in the States. I'm just saying, you tell the kids to go on, and grown folks, some of them be sitting around having a beer, some wine, a drink. And a lot of times, when we were younger, we would, be right there, playing around in another area. And I've watched the grown women, the woman of the house, where she has done 50 million things. She done, rubbed her nose a few times, scratched her head. And I know, if there's family or your friends or whatever, did a few different things with her hands, touched the doorknob, went to collect some mail and stuff, and then go right in there and start cooking without even cleaning her hands, Men too. She says, and OCD. I have everything. Oh yeah, I can't do it. I have to. Yeah, I can't do it. I have to have my stuff organized too, Betty. I can't. Maybe it'll be a little bit too much for someone, but we have a right to be who we are and how we are. You know what I mean? And with me, I can't do all that. I can't have all the stuff in disarray. You know, like even too with your cabinets and stuff. I have to have, and I'm not trying to bug out or seem weird or nothing, but I have to have all of my canned goods. You know, all the green beans, and you know, all the green beans, some kind of way, organized next to each other. All the corn, peas, and also when I do my freezer, like whatever I got in my freezer. Let me wash my hands again. Even when I organize my meats in the freezer, when you get your meats and you portion them off, I got all the hamburger meats together in the Ziploc bags. That's one stack. Got all of the if you buy pork chops, get that together. You know, and so on and so forth. If you're organizing your cabinets, you got the cereal, where the cereal goes at together, and there's a certain bin for your fresh fruits and vegetables. I don't put the oranges together and apples with the vegetables. I don't do that. You know what I mean? I separate all that stuff. There's one bin for one thing and one for another. Canned goods is here. Hamburger meat, steak, turkey, whatever. Everything is packaged. I don't just, break down my meats either. I clean all my meats before I package it up to freeze portion per meal. You know what I mean? So when I portion it off, I know how many people can eat, off of this pack of steaks that I took out or this pack of pork chops that I took out. You know these things because you package it up so, and I do it like that so that everything is stay, right way. If I'm doing frozen vegetables, it's all corn stacked up, all the, peas, frozen, broccoli, all together so that when you go down there, you know where everything is at. Collard greens, everything, whatever you buy, whatever I buy, I would say I'm not. I stack my stuff up to have the freezer looking halfway good here. I think this person here thinks I'm a guy. Dream Dreamscape said, "Hey, bro, that's all right, no problem at all." I just realized that's what they said there. That's cute. But yeah, I can't do that. I can't have like how you got your appliance on your countertop. I can't have all the air fryer crooked and all that kind of. I can't have it like that. I gotta have things organized, and there's a certain spot for everything, certain place you put your coffee machine, and all them kind of ways. I just get down like that. It's a certain place for stuff. You know what I mean? And I don't I don't like a whole bunch of stuff piled up too crazy on my refrigerator. That's been I used to do that years ago, but now I kind of with the refrigerator, I kind of I gotta organize it as long as it's organized because you can have an organized situation that doesn't look like a mess. And even too, like with my shoes and stuff like that, I have to have them put up. Certain clothes have to be on the hangers. Just trying to live decent. That's all. It's not even about trying to, show off or nothing like that. It's just living decent. That's it. And that's basically what I be doing. And it works out for me and my family pretty fine. You know what I mean? Other people may do it differently, and that's okay. That's okay. We have it where hubby got a little junk drawer with his tools. Come on. I got me a little stationery drawer. I mean, I keep it together, highlighters and pens and pencils. But yeah, yes. I pretty much, keep it copacetic. And, obviously you got a lot of folks in the house that's grown and do different things, but we kind of, we like to have the stuff just like with my towels. I don't just grab a bunch of towels and halfway throw them together in the linen closet. They have to be folded up. The washcloths have to be folded up. I like to have my, additional like shampoo, conditioner, and even bar soap, organized and stacked up properly. Just things of that. We're doing what we got to do. So, we're doing our thing here. It's just, I just like the stuff to be together right. Just trying to do the right thing. Live decent and, have a plan. Have a plan. That's all we're doing here is just trying to keep our lives together because I'm telling you, I can't function like that. You know? I just can't. Um, have no organized stuff. And you teach your kids that too. You got an underwear and sock drawer, and you've got your gowns in another drawer, and you fold them up and you put them in there right. Little things like that if you want to. It's not something that's etched in stone and forced on nobody or nothing like that. Just do our thing. That's all, and be happy about it. And that's it. And you got a lot of your children. People got kids. Husband that may not be so organized as them, and then you might find yourself running around straightening up after other folks that's not as tidy, and it works itself out. You show them a little something something, and you basically can start seeing what's going on here, because that falls out of line quick when you got family members that are a bit messy. And even from when folks had little children. But yeah, you teach them the way how to flow and do what they do. And some of them ain't gonna do all what you say, and you gotta just keep at them each time. That's all we can do. Just keep doing the right thing, keep in the right direction. This too shall pass. That's all I try to do is do my best and live right, so I can get to where I need to go, and hopefully family will follow. That's how it is. You can only lead folks. I know a lot of women that are saved and their husbands not saved. I know a lot of husbands that saved and their wife not saved. I know a lot of couples that got adult children that the parents are saved, but they can't the kids and got grown and doing their own thing, and you just gotta get out here and be blessed even in the mess. Do your thing, live your life, because it's a good life. Even though we got all this stuff that we go through with all these medical problems, this is what we meant to do in this life. I think a lot of people don't understand, and we hate it though, and it's painful to have medical problems and surgeries and aches and pains, but the body was not built, in a way that things that's not supposed to happen to it. Now the spirit, that's something totally different. You see what I mean? You can sit here and have, you know, arthritis in your hands, but your spirits don't have arthritis. You know what I mean? It's a plan. It's a plan. It's a plan that the human body is expected to be damaged. You know what I mean? Because that's not what goes to heaven. That's not what goes to heaven. You know what I mean? You know, the BBL and the breast implants ain't going to heaven, y'all. Let me stop being silly. But you know what I mean. All that stuff ain't meant to go to heaven. So it is what it is. You know what I mean? This is what it is. This is how we do. It is not meant. That's the reason why it falls apart. That's the reason why it can get cancer. Your flesh dies. You know what I mean? Heart attack, stroke, because that's the body is just the host for the spirit. That's what really lives on. That's what doesn't get damaged unless you damage it, and you end up not getting to the promised land. Because all of these sufferings and stuff that we all go through in the flesh will be no more. Once we process over to where we need to be, it's going to be no more. All of this stuff that we have been through, it's going to be no more. We're not even going to remember it, because you're going to be living the lifestyle that was designed hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago. You get what I mean? So we don't have to worry about ever, feeling any kind of pain, sickness, sorrow, hate, death, loss. Nothing. It's over. It's over. We win, we win. But that's up to each individual to carry themselves to heaven. God gives us free will. He invites us with open arms to come on this journey with him. Come and make it to the paradise that I promise you, my children. But it's up to us to embrace that. And see, a lot of times people don't realize your salvation is between you and God. He's not stopping you, from coming to him. It's you or other folks that you allow to block you from getting the blessings that you need. Because I know with me, I got a whole lot of stuff that I have done wrong, and a whole lot of, medical things and stuff in life, but I promise you, that ain't my end game. You know what I mean? All of this can't be for nothing. All of this people going through cancer and deaths and things, this all can't be for nothing. Make it count. Make it count. You know what I mean? Get somewhere and sit down and do your thing, receive your crown of life. Come on now. What are we talking about here, y'all? Are we wasting time? Is this a game? Is this really what's going on? Because folks don't understand that you control your destiny. You do. And I mean, you do. And a lot of people don't understand that, but you do. Yes, you do. You control your destiny. You have, the option of how you behave no matter what's happening to you and how you serve God. It's up to you to make your footprints in the sand of time. Can't nobody else do that for you. And, and a lot of folks don't seem to understand that. But it's up to us. And I don't want all of this to be for nothing. All of the stuff that I done and stuff I want, whatever I've done bad, to ease it up, you know what I mean, and be forgiven. I want all of the stuff that's happened to have happened for a reason, and I learned something by it, through good, bad, in between. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. Nothing we go through, good or bad, is wasted. You see? So, with that being an inspiration, who don't want that challenge? We have to make our own. We have to do it ourselves, y'all. Nobody can do it for us. We got to do it ourselves. Nobody can, go to God for you. We came in here naked with nothing, and we'll leave naked with nothing. And a lot of people don't understand when I say that, because obviously a baby is born nude, but us, as we grow, we get buried with clothes on. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Whoever that may not understand what I'm trying to say. There's a rhyme and a reason for all of it. This too shall pass. But you got to fight the good fight of faith to get there. Yes, blessed always. Amen. That's what I'm talking about, Betty. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You have to fight the good fight of faith. You have to. There's no reason to sit here and just let life take you down to where you don't have a promise for better than what you've already had. Also, all of the stuff that we go through here is still a good life. I know it's probably better said than done for some people, because I can tell you some horror stories about my life, and I can tell you just as many as good too, though. It's how you count it. You know what I mean? You count yourself out, you get that negative spin on it, that's what you're going to get. That's what you're going to get. You have no choice but to do it the right way if you want to get to what he promised. We can't just run up in heaven like this. You gotta go through it to get to it. Can't bring that mess with you. You know, you got to be cleansed and purified. You cannot go in front of the Father with that mess. That's not what heaven's all about. For all of that, then might as well just not even try to go. If you think you're gonna run up in there with a package full of mess, all this didn't happen for nothing, y'all. This is not a game. This is an option for eternal life. An option for eternal life. Do you want it? Because it's free for all of us. It's free for all of us. And you know, that's the thing too. I know that we all in this world struggle with all kinds of temptations and issues and troubles and worries. She says, walking on the streets of gold. Amen, amen, amen. King of kings, Lord of lords. He said the path, the gates to heaven is short and narrow, honey. You're living in the richest. There'll ever be no more cancer, no more deaths, no more killing, murder, rape, hate, you know, abomination, you know, disabilities, physical, mental problems, none of that. It's all released unto him. You know what I mean? And I think too, with us, that we don't understand too, even, you know, we got a lot of people that have lived this life and really done a good job at it. I know that everybody does some stuff here and there, but I don't think everybody in the whole world has done a whole lot of horrible things. You know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, good and bad falls on the just and the unjust. You know what I mean? So you could, you know, have been, you know, even when you have, you know, no disrespect to anybody. I don't want nobody to misunderstand what I'm saying, but even when you have children that are handicapped, that were born handicapped, and they're reliant on somebody to take care of them for the rest of their life, all that's going to end when they make it to paradise. This is just a cross to bear here. Because if he bared, you know, hung on the cross for us, who are we? We got to do something. We can't just get all this for free. We have to earn our merit and wages, you know? This time is, yes, the time, Betty, is done. Listen to me. And we know. I'm telling you, honey. Woo, let's you know, and it's not like preaching to nobody, getting on nobody's back or nothing, but when we talk about it, I keep saying this is what we're not paying attention to, is that this is over. I don't know how people can't tell the way things are demolishing. Look at how, you know, even, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, I'm just going to be real, you know, raw and straightforward. Listen here. You know this, baby. You're going to hear me saying this a whole lot of times. And I can tell you this medically, knowing for a fact and can prove it. And I'm sure you're aware of it too, Betty, and a lot of other people. Girls are starting their menstrual cycle as early as 8 years old. And there's a difference between ovulation and having a menstrual cycle. When I say that these young girls are getting their full menstrual cycle and ovulation, they can have a baby. If something happened to them, they could get pregnant and carry a full-term baby. Even with the boys, it's not just clear fluid. They can have a baby. So you got it when you have kids at that age and they got something going on, you can have them tested just to make sure everything's all right in case something could happen to them. You know, somebody forced itself on them and unwanted pregnancies and things of that. I'm just, you know, using this for a synopsis. But where they do that at? You see how this is changing? Times is short now. Like you're saying, Betty. That's the point I'm getting at. Times is short. Times is short. Yes, ma'am. Times is short. Times is short. That's why everything is speeded up. People don't, when you talk like this, people don't pay attention. What is an 8-year-old girl going to do with a cycle? You get what I mean? What does a boy need to have the ability to be able to produce a baby? For what? Times are short. Times are short. Times are short. This is it. Here it's happening now. All of this stuff here people don't understand has come to pass. And see, what people don't pay attention to with us as human beings, we're lucky enough at our time and age, like all of us right now, we're lucky that there has been a book left behind. See, a lot of folks that lived over 800 and more years ago, they are the ones that made the book, but they had to live and make the mistakes and do what to do. Us, we come in here with a book that can keep us out of all that kind of trouble. They had to be the ones to write it. And we're lucky to have something like that left behind called the Bible. You understand, when Moses went up and got the 10 Commandments, those kind of things like that is something that's meant to show us how to live so that we can have for everlasting life. Not just live this life, but live for eternity. A lot of people don't like to talk like that because they think you're crazy, you're bugging out, or you're weird, or it's not true, but it is. It really is. These are teachings for us to understand how to live this life. But a lot of people take that for granted because they don't believe or they don't care. And and like I said, and I'm not judging anybody that don't believe, but I know a lot of people, when you talk with certain people, they say that they're atheists. And that's not my business. Or they say they're a non-believer. That's not my business. I'm not judging. But I tell you what, the majority of those people, when they say that, the first thing happens to them negative or whatever kind of way, they're quick to call God. You get where I'm coming from? They're quick to call God. They ignore him and cast him out, and hate on him and destroy his name and use his name in vain to hurt and harm and manipulate other people. But as soon as something goes wrong, here we are. There is a God now. You see what I mean? There is a God now. Happy Tuesday, my friend. Awesome mail call. And that's the thing that I keep saying. People are not understanding that their hearts change very quickly when whatever they've been believing in doesn't work for them. Then a lot of them they go start calling on God. But you said, the majority of 50 years or whatever how old you are, you didn't believe in God. You know what I mean? And then as soon as something hits you, now you know. Because you know that there is something greater up here. Now you're desperate. You know what I'm saying? Now you believe. Now you want something. See? That's how this kind of thing go. That's the stuff that I keep saying. You gotta watch what you're doing out here. And the thing is, a lot of people that, were non-believers that called on him, he will come and answer you. But I tell you what, you can't come and snatch the gift and then go back and do what you want to do without consequences, though. That's the whole thing. People pray and call God like crazy, and then as soon as they get what they want, it's ghosts. You know what I mean? They don't want to be bothered no more. They don't speak on them no more. You know? That's why I said we got to be careful what we're doing out here, because a lot of times people they want to see God's hands and not His face. That's why I said we got to watch what we're doing here, because I know the folks will call him out, knowing that they said they never believed before. Denounced him, make fun, clown around. Whenever something go down with them. And I remember, watching the movies with the 10 Commandments and stuff. And I remember how Pharaoh was, wanting all them, babies killed and destroyed, and, trying to find the chosen one and all that old stuff like that. I'm just throwing it out here like this. It's more detailed than that. But his own son ended up getting sick. And that was a little boy that they had jumping around, you know, when Moses had turned his staff into a snake. You know what I mean? And then they tried to throw down some staff. You see how the devil got some type of powers, and they threw down staffs, and they had two snakes, and Moses' snake swallowed up both of them snakes. You see what I'm trying to say? Who wins? Hmm? Who wins? Good always wins over evil. I don't care if you got something going on and you think you winning. You build your house on sand, it won't stand. You build your house on sand, it won't stand, because people don't understand that these things get shut down. I think people don't pay attention to what's really going on here, because sometimes you can get yourself tricked up in the mind of thinking that I want a certain something, and then it happens, and you feel that you got what you want, you got it going on, and if it wasn't anointed by God, it's going to come to a very messed up end, a bad end, because the anointed wasn't there. That's why we have to know the difference between our thoughts and God's voice, because of the fact that sometimes we'll stew it up in our own head and try to act like God is directing our steps, when in fact we're building ourselves up, and we got a little help from the devil as well too, because you know how we have those three things going in play. You got God will always give you what you want. I mean, what you need. That's all he want to do, is give you what you need. You got wants yourself, and the devil will have you acting off of greed. And a lot of times when you're in certain predicaments to make certain decisions, you got God trying to tell you the right thing to do. You got yourself trying to do what you want to do, and then you got the devil just tap dancing on your soul. You get what I'm saying? And then you get out here and you buck up, and you end up playing yourself. And that's what I've been noticing about a lot of people, that they don't seem to pay attention to, that you end up playing yourself because you tried to do something that only God could do. You tried to do something that God said you can't have, you know? And that's for real. That is for real. Until you wake up and realize that there's something greater than yourself, you will never be able to do what you're supposed to do and live a nice life, because you're trying to run something, and that's not how it goes here. You can't do that. You have to do what he says. And see, people don't realize, by us having a father being full grown adults, that says something. We need him. We can't do it without him. You know what I mean? I don't know how anybody cannot understand that, but at the same time, I'm not judging people that's not on a journey in the same place, or they don't understand and they don't know. I just, you just want to, get a lot of people to understand and see and know him. You know what I mean? That's all. It's a judgment-free zone. We don't run nobody down. We don't force God on nobody. We live. We live and we do our thing, y'all. That's all we can do. Live and do our thing, and just cast your care and be good. Anytime you're confused or caught up in, lost, mental, emotional, cast your care and do good. Cast your care and do good. Tell you, Betty, it's just a situation that's touch and go, and that's why a lot of us too, we have to make sure that we're surrounding ourselves by people that are, even yoked with you, because sometimes when you get yourself around the wrong people, their influence and their negative vibe can block your blessings by being affiliated with the wrong kind of folks and situations. I mean, we can't control the world. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying, you don't hang around a whole bunch of foolishness and crazy active stuff going out and out. You got to and know that God is God and be still. You know what I mean? We can't just be around with everybody. The glitz and the glam and running up and down all over the place, bugging out, hanging and doing, we have to get to understanding what we're here to do, what's for us. You can't be, caught up in the mess and expect to be blessed. You can't stay in the mess and expect to be blessed. That's a good way for me to say it, because I know with life, a lot of times you get yourself caught up with a lot of folks that ain't going where you going. You know what I mean? And that's the truth. Sometimes we all on a different journey here. And that may be something that separates you from your own daggone family if they're not in the right standing. And nobody don't want to see, your son, daughter, or sister not make it to where you're going, but you can't force anybody. You know what I mean? You can't force anybody to go where you're going. They gotta want to come. That's what you got. He don't want nobody faking the funk. As they say, and I know that's a cliche, and I don't want nobody to think that I'm taking this for granted or using God's words in vain the way I'm speaking, but it's the reality that we live with. You know, you really, really have to watch that way, because I know for a fact that you know, sometimes the company you keep will be the thing that brings the house down. Because a lot of people don't. They need to take a look at these young folks that we have out here, and we all be trying to tell these folks something. A lot of times they don't listen, though. You know what I mean? And you can't force it. You can't force it. I know. You can't, when you get them kids there, and folks get a certain age. You can't force people to be what you want them to be. You can only offer them the word. You offer them the word and hope that they get something out of it. But you can't force them. Only time you have control over your kids with getting a relationship with God is when they're underage. Once they get grown, you have to know that they have to make their own choices. Messing around, doing some things around the house. Recommend. Yeah. You know how they say you can lead a horse in water, but you can't make him drink. That's the same thing with us people in the world. You can basically talk to people about God, whether it be your own kids, your husband, a neighbor, whoever. But you can't force them to accept Him in their life. And like I said, with your kids, you can make your kids, when they're younger, they go into church. You know how that go. And that's what you do when they're younger. But sometimes when they grow up, pray away. Some of them will be shocked that don't want to have any kind of relationship with God, you know? And it's not that you just raise them up the right way, it's just that they done got grown now. And the way you wanted them to go, they may not go, or they may fall off the path for a while to get back on, you know? Life is life, and it's what it is, you know? We don't want to see it go down that way, but it does. You don't want to see it go down, but it happens, you know? You got to watch that stuff, because this is life. Gotta start getting in my gallon of water. I don't want to be all gurgling and drinking. Mute it for a minute. guzzling down that water. I didn't want to sound all slurpy while I'm talking to, people. But yeah, we just got one life to live, y'all. And I know with me, I don't want to live with a whole bunch of regret and all of that kind of stuff. That you want to enjoy it. And I don't know if anybody's still here, so I might just go on and go back silent. But I put it on silent for a reason because I'm drinking some water, and I didn't want to be disrespectful to anybody that's on here listening to me slurp down the water because I'm trying, keep my gallon challenge going. And boy, you better need near toilet because the days I'm down here, down, I try to get it in because I already know that I don't like using the bathroom like that at work like crazy. Anyway, I'm gonna take it down then if nobody's here right now. I'm gonna chill upon chill. And I'll come back and see if anybody typed anything in. I know Betty probably doing something in the background, you know. So yeah, go back to mute for a minute.